Let's go. Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in, everybody, to the RES Regional Series here in Europe. We're going to start with the playoffs. We are into the best of threes. No more of these two-game series. We are on to the winners take all games, and it is going to be two coming up today at the start of the quarterfinals. Night Pulse versus Navi Junior, and then one move versus Namiga. Coming through onto this one, it's been a while since I've seen Navi Junior, so I'm looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do on the other side. One move versus Namiga, a very standard game that we see quite a lot of matchup-wise. I think probably one of the most Eastern European matchups I've seen over my history here over the past 3-4 years watching Eastern Europe. But Night Pulse, Navi Junior are going to be our first series. Harry, what are your thoughts coming into this first one?
Oh, it's I think Night Pulse are coming in as the favorites. I would say that Navi Junior, they tend to be a little bit more late game oriented, and Night Pulse tend to crush it in the early stages of the game. Their laning phase is, I would even say, the best out of all of the teams in the RESEU number 3. So I think they should have, I don't want to say an easy time, but they should be taking this. If, however, Navi Junior are able to slow the game down, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to play out. Navi Junior maybe with a little bit of adapting to do here as well. They do have a stand-in, so it's going to be PMA taking the day off, for whatever reason, and then Nefrit standing in as that position 3. And, it is still going to be, I do believe, he's playing on the Navi Senior lineup here in Nefrit, so maybe not going to be that much of an adjustment. If you're playing around with the same analysts, the same coaches, you kind of in that same atmosphere. Do you think this is going to be a little bit easier for Navi Junior to adjust to in terms of instead of just grabbing some random position 3 off the streets?
I would hope so, but then again, we don't know how it works between the main team and the academy teams, right? Sometimes we can hear about it, but actually that would be a good question to ask in some of the interviews if we have like Navi or Team Spirit or something along those lines, or maybe their academy teams like Navi Junior or Yellow Submarine, to actually ask them how much time they spent with the main team, and do they get the help from the players themselves, because we're not sure, right? We still don't know, but yeah, I would assume so, that it's better to have somebody that
Yeah, probably just pure speculation on my part. I would have assumed though they would have played around. I mean, they might have their own analysts, but yeah, it seems like you were saying that the coach is the same for Navi Junior and Navi, so maybe singing off that same hymn sheet, they've got the same game plan under the belt that they kind of want to play around, and that's kind of what you want with your academy, right? If you do need to bring a player up from the academy into the main roster, you want them playing on that similar page, you want them playing on like that same level, the same game style. So I would imagine there is some overlap, even if it's not direct. The way the scrims are set up, even just between the two teams, you try and get that similar game style in there to just be able to swap and change like this if it's needed out. And yeah, hopefully, I mean, again, not going to be a massive adjustment, as I do believe we are going to be able to get ready to get ourselves into the draft straight away, so no messing around here. We are going to be able to get straight into it. What are you expecting out from the side of Navi Junior? What have you seen in terms of heroes and bans coming through? As we do take a look at the path to the playoffs, as Nightpulse Navi Junior, the winner of that goes up against Team T, and then One Move versus Namiga, the winner of that going to be going up against Dandelions in those semi-finals. Those two teams top of the bracket, so they get themselves right through, as we do get ourselves into this draft.
So when it comes to Navi Junior and the heroes that they've been playing in this tournament particularly, I think it's weird to say, but it was 10 days ago. So it's not as recent as you would want it. So I'm trying to find if they have played anything closer to this, and I actually can't find it. So I guess we're gonna have to go off of that. I guess at that point it was nothing out of the ordinary. You know, your Sense, Wings, even Witch Doctors were being played. So I see a couple of Dooms. I'm gonna assume that's gonna be one of the heroes that they go for. But still, it is gonna be the Darkseer that is gonna be contested. It's going to be the Beastmaster. It's going to be the Hoodwink, as we mentioned, the Rubiks, the Weavers, and such. So no surprises there. We might get a surprise once we're deeper into the draft and then a cheese comes out. But other than that, I don't think we're going to be getting anything weird.
Okay, well, we'll see what the bans are going to be. Already that Tiny, the Hoodwink, and the Gyrocopter being taken away. Okay, this is something else that we're starting to see teams prioritizing the bans now. The Gyrocopters, the Svens. Like I say, the Weaver is already there. The Tiny for the flex capability coming out. So, yeah, we see that ban immediately here from the side of Nightpulse. Want to take that away from Navi Junior. And Navi Junior, how are they going to respond? Again, ban-wise, both the Darkseer, the Beastmaster, who do seem to be the two strongest offlaners in the game at the minute, both still in there. You know, we'll see if they give up one, try and look for the pick on the other, because Navi Junior do have that first pick, so we'll see if it's actually going to be the final ban on one of these offlaners and they pick up the other one.
Sand King could be a guy that they ban, because that's something that Nightpulse have been playing quite a lot. Kami has been known to be a very greedy offlaner, and his laning, yeah, there it is. His laning capabilities are quite high, which is important for a hero like a Sand King, right? Because with this hero, you do not crush the opposition in the lane, but rather you survive the lane if you play it really well, and then you're going to be farming the jungle super fast. So I like that they ban it out. It really is something the Nightpulse have been playing quite a lot, and with a lot of success lately, so just get rid of it. Yeah,
straight up take it away. I'm glad the Sun King is, it's one of my, I guess, favorite heroes from when I first started playing just Dota in general. You're just a really nice offlaner. That's kind of where I settled in the offlane as well. So seeing the heroes like the Tide Hunter, like the Sand King, still being in and around the meta, it's really nice to see that they aren't just like, okay, the Toy Story meme, where he drops Woody, he's got Buzzo, we've got a new thing to play with. Seeing the classics come back, it is always very nice. As we see that Snapfire being banned out, we'll see what's going to be going on the other side.
When did you last watch Toy Story that you remember that?
You don't remember Toy Story? Toy Story
No, I remember Toy Story. I'm just asking, when did you last watch it so that it actually comes to mind right now?
I mean, I have little baby cousins, so like Toy Story, going through all the classics, the Disney Vault, going through the Toy Stories, the Pixars, so yeah, it's one of those things that, I mean, I've watched recently, but even that, okay. it's still, it's in and about, right? It's the meme, you get like whatever's pasted over Woody to, it is going
yeah, I guess it does come over. I did watch it last year though. Yeah, last year I had a rewatch of all of the cartoons from my childhood. So yeah, I definitely do. I love those old cartoons there, or animated movies, whatever you want to call them. But either way, I get it. He's back. We're gonna be finding it on the where do you think you would write your name on a Sand King though? Like, he doesn't have a foot or something.
Like the base of him, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that is true. And yeah, he's back. I love that he's back. He's not the same Sand King that he used to be, where you just rush the Blink Dagger, then you get a 3-man Epicenter plus Burrow Strike, like, yeah, let's go. It's a bit different now, but I don't mind it. With this kind of gameplay, it just means that he's gonna get played more and more, and we're gonna get more and more chances for him to be played in that way with the Blink Dagger when you're forced into it. And at some point, it's gonna enter the meta, be there for a month or two, then leave us once again. That's how it goes.
Oh no, Sand King doesn't get a month or two. Sand King gets like a week at most, and then Icebox is like, you know what, get him out of here. Is that too long?
So tomorrow,
I've seen too much.
Tomorrow patch,
yeah,
easy.
yeah. The Phoenix going to be banned out here as well. They go straight for that Weaver here on Night Pulse. As Navi Jr., yeah, it is going to be the Beastmaster. Darkseid did get through. We'll see if it gets through this next ban stage from the side of Navi Jr. But yeah, again, the Weaver, we've been seeing when Weavers come out, immediately the next pick, from what I've seen most commonly, is that Sven, to try and keep that, that mix-up going, to try and keep that guessing game going, and they do kind of complement each other, so I wonder if that's something that Navi Jr. are just going to ban out now in this second phase.
Yeah, Nightpulse have been playing a ton of Sven, so that would be a good one. Yeah, Sven and Rubik are good guesses for the ban in this phase. Rubik from Nightpulse, or even Navi Jr. if they don't want to play against it, because there is a chance that Nightpulse just pick it up. But on the other hand, if you want to keep it flexible, Nightpulse, it's probably the safest to just get rid of the Rubik, especially with the Beastmaster. Beastmaster Rubik didn't used to be a very strong lane, but nowadays when it's more about stacking for the Beastmaster, it's actually quite strong, right? Because you do not take away his experience. Later on you move on to the mid lane while he's farming the ancients, and it's a completely different approach for the two heroes. So now they complement each other quite well in the laning stage, especially with their spamming.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be the ET that gets banned out here from Navi Jr., so maybe a little bit worried about that, maybe potentially what they want to try and set up later on in the draft. I mean, the ET, again, one of those heroes that is starting to come back into it, the way he plays around. I mean, we've seen ETs run heroes down in the lane, like level 3, level 4. He gets that momentum going, or he gets the natural order, that the deconstruction facet going, and he just runs heroes. He takes them down in like 2-3 hits, so yeah, sneaking his way back into that meta. There's the Morphling gets banned out here as well from the side of Navi Jr. So Nightpulse, one ban left on the board. I wonder what they want to be taking away here, and going through into the next one. I guess this is where we see the longer ban pick stage, because you do want to be talking about that next pickup as well.
To be honest, they used quite a lot of their reserve time, right? A minute left, a minute and 8 seconds on Nightpulse and 26 seconds on Navi Jr. So no, Rob, we're gonna be diving into it a bit faster now, because these guys, they took a long time to think. Also, I would like to mention that Morphling ban. It's very important to get rid of it when you're versus Nightpulse. There's the Sven Rubik getting banned out. Yeah, called it all out, Rob. We can see you don't even need me. I don't know why I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, if you want to, like, I'll take your, you can just stick me in the middle, I'll take the pay for this as well if you want. I'll take the analyst and the caster pay, the play-by-play if you just want to take the day off.
Sure. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not moving me. Yeah, the production says no, you have to be here. Rob just got lucky. That's what I heard.
I mean, it's kind of the thing, right? The meta is getting established when I can call it out. It is, that's kind of when the meta is kind of getting set for these teams here as Navi Jr. Bye, Hurry. Navi Jr. going to be going for the Monkey King and the Lion. We'll see if that is going to be the position for Monkey King, or if it is going to be the Lion pick. Just as a support, keeping that Monkey King as a flex.
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to call out. I mean, Monkey King getting through, that's something that doesn't happen too often. When I see the Lion, I'm not the biggest fan of a Lion 5, so I'm leaning more towards a core Monkey King. In this one, of course, we're going to be seeing if that's the case. Lion, of course, can be played as a 5. I'm just not the biggest fan of it, because in the lane you don't have damage, and we have seen a lot of emphasis is now put on winning the safe lane, right? By a lot of teams, you cannot allow yourself to lose the safe lane. That's just how teams are playing. And if you're playing a 5 Lion, unless it's a 1 Monkey King, which, it's one of the heroes that can kind of enhance the Lion, as you do benefit quite a lot from those stunts, then it's fine. But overall, I don't think that it should be happening. Still very too flexible heroes. This is interesting. Did they play it in the mid lane on Nightpulse? Okay, so probably not, but it's gonna be 5 Weaver, 1 Sven, or 1 Weaver, 5 Sven, from what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing with when you go for that Weaver Sven combination right off the bat like this, that you can, it doesn't matter what else you pick, because you can keep these two flex. It keeps them guessing on the side of Navi Jr. which one's going to be that support, which one's going to be the core, and you can just lock in the rest of your roles here, unless you went for something that was definitively a carry in your next set of drafts, as you go for the Dragon Knight on the side of Navi Jr. So potentially the mid lane Dragon coming out here. I've seen a couple of carry Dragon Knights, but I feel like the most powerful place for the Dragon Knight is in that mid lane. You get that early, maybe back to the Blink Dagger, but you are able to make the rotations. You get the Corrosive Dragon out there as well, and it just seems to be that tippy top tier of where the Dragon gets placed.
this is a very good Orchid game, right? And then you probably looked at it. I don't want to play the Brood. There is a Sven on the other side. There's a Batrider. Neither of those you would want to play the Brood into. And then you think, is there a hero with which I can get an Orchid that is still relatively okay? And Dragonite fits into that one, though it isn't a hero that I've seen too often lately. And, you know, even with your high armor, with the amount of damage that the Sven does as a core, I don't think you're surviving that. And also, VTune is very well known for his Sven plays. So I'm a little bit scared for this Dragonite, especially because we don't see the other team's mid laner just yet. I guess the flexibility is protecting you, at least for the time being. Last pick is for Nightpulse, so they're gonna have time to decide what they want to do. And look at that, Navi Junior. They expect this to be a mid lane bat.
Yeah, burning out the Oracle here. I mean, if you're playing that mid lane bat, do you think the Dragonite comes ahead out ahead in that lane, right? Because you have the regen coming through, you are going to be able to get the Dragon Tail stun before, you know, when he's coming in with the Firefly, just run yourself away. Or are you leaning towards the Batrider?
I'm not sure that you win it, right? Here's the thing. Yes, all of the things that you said is true. But the thing is that ever since Blood Grenades were added, I haven't been able to call out who wins the mid lane versus the bat, because it's just so much. You got like 5-6 stacks on somebody, you use the Blood Grenade, and they just die without you expecting that to happen. So that's where I'm not 100% certain if it's going to work out that way or not.
Okay, well, we'll see what this final ban pick is going to be here for Nightpulse. They've got themselves 6 seconds left on the reserve time. They ban out the Arc Warden. Just, yeah, covering the bases here in case they do want to go for that carry Arc Warden. It's a niche pick, but it can be a pain in the ass in the right lineup. So, yeah, going to be banned out here from the side of Nightpulse. They've got themselves just over 20 seconds left for this last pick as well with the reserve time. So let's see what it is going to be when it starts to come out on their side. As Navi Junior on their final ban, are they banning out? So yeah, they're thinking maybe, or potentially just, again, covering their own bases, thinking this is going to be maybe potentially that Batrider mid. Navi Junior, what's the final ban going to be? They ban out the TA.
I wouldn't want to play with this Navi Junior lineup versus a hero that is hard to jump, does damage from afar. You know, something like a Sniper. Obviously, Sniper is not in the meta and not something you're looking to get, but I definitely wouldn't want to play versus something like that. SF, on the other hand, might be good versus the Batrider. You try to go for him, he just turns around, he destroys you. But the thing is, if I'm Nightpulse right now, I'm thinking of maybe picking up a roaming position 4, leaving the bat in the mid lane, and making sure that this Dragonite has the worst time in the world.
I mean, if I'm Nightpulse, I'm leaning towards, I was going to say, Invoker or Zeus that come out. That, you know, the Invoker does well in the lane up against the Shadow Fiend. Not really a lane that it loses. The win rate is looking up for the Invoker here as well. I think players are trying to, you know, figuring out how to play
looking
it.
Better.
Yeah. It's not a hero that on the side of Shadow Fiend, you know, it's not got a great escape mechanism, so you can Cold Snap, Tornado into the EMP. You get that lockdown to come through. So I don't mind this pick for Nightpulse. Yeah, the Invoker, like I say, I was leaning towards either that or the Zeus to come out for them, and yeah, Nightpulse go for the Invoker. So looking at the two lineups, I think it's VTune on the Weaver, so it's going to be that support Sven.
Sure, I agree with that. I'm not gonna lie, right? I would have preferred the support Weaver. Support Weaver here can build a Spirit Vessel if he wants to, if he doesn't want his Invoker to do so, and a Sven, right? The only thing that you're afraid of really is the Roar. Everything else you're kind of fine with. You jump in, you destroy people. So I'm not sure if this is the smart way to go, especially with so much lockdown on the other side. I actually prefer Navi Junior's lineup.
Yeah, I think if Nightpulse were playing V2 and Sven, Tillia, H2 on that Weaver, I would have preferred that a lot more. But with that flip up, I actually think Navi Junior, the lineup may be a little bit better here. We'll see how the Dragonite's going to play, because it might hinge on how powerful this Dragonite gets. But yeah, no, I'm a little bit worried about the swap up here, V2 on the Weaver and not on the Sven itself. So I think I'm going to lean Navi Junior, at least for this first game. It is a best of 3, so there has to be a winner either side, you know, but you do have that second chance to get the win if you do lose this first game. Don't forget, everybody, that QR code on the screen, you can scan that one, get yourself over to the 1xBet app, or use the banner below the stream, get yourself over to the 1xBet website, use that promo code 1XRLGEU, get yourself up to 130% bonus on your first deposit, as the odds are on the screen, so you do have your chance to, you know, make your call as we get into this one. Nightpulse coming straight out with the smoke, but maybe just to try and get some wards down.
Yeah, the thing is, we talked about Night Bulls and their ability to crush the laning stage. I don't necessarily think that these heroes crush the laning stage. Definitely not that much. And Navi Junior, they put themselves in a position where they do want to go into the later portions of the game. They're very greedy. Everybody needs farm. I mean, even their supports need farm. And then you have a Fire Dragon, you have a Shadow Fiend, and a Beastmaster who does nothing until he gets his Aghanim Scepter. And then I'm looking at Night Bulls thinking they do have the capability of punishing it, but it doesn't come out from the lanes. It comes out from rotations, which you can call out, which you can understand are happening and are coming for you. So I think Navi Junior, if they are focused, if they are concentrated, this is definitely a game that they can win.
I was just watching what U was pointing out there, and I've not seen this in not even a pro. I've not even seen it in a pub game. Lion went for the Fist of Death.
Of course, you always go for the Fist of Death.
I've just not seen this in a game yet. You know, I'm looking forward to like seeing this Lion just punching heroes to death with the cleave and the extra damage.
Usually it's different. So what tends to happen is you get a kill with the Finger of Death, and then you move into the jungle and you farm 2-3 camps. So that's most of the usage of it that I've seen. In a team fight, I don't think I've seen a Lion punch anybody.
So you're saying it's not going to be like a harpoon building Lion that gets a Finger of Death off, kills a hero, then pulls another one with a harpoon and just punches them to death?
That's exactly what I said is exactly gonna happen. So there's no way in hell that we are not gonna be seeing it.
Oh, well, we see the aggression coming out in this top lane already here. Kami taking a little bit of pressure from the Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight right back from the Bat Rider. Yeah, going to be coming through with the Flame Break level 1, not the Sticky Napalm here, so Juice doesn't have to worry about those stacks straight away. Really, he's taking a little bit of harass as well, but should be able to trade it right back and going to be a little bit better for the Lion. I think this matchup, once that Mana Drain is on board, really stopping what Janta can do in this lane.
Yeah, but Navi Jr. already screwed up this lane. So what happened is Janter pushed him into the tower, the creeps went there, and now look at the equilibrium. It's insane. Ridis is just gonna die because of it.
He's gonna go down. Kami gets a kill. I think that the Cinderbrew finishing him off there. So Riddy's will fall. Got the Juice trying to run himself away. A lot of harass. Level 1 still onto the Bat Rider. So no Sticky Napalm, no Flame Break just yet. And got the Juice has to back himself away. And did go for that carry Dragon Knight Fire Dragon facet. This was actually the facet I thought was going to be the least picked when I initially read the patch notes. I thought like
because of this.
Oh, the rundown. Juice once more. He will fall. Kami with the 2 kills on the lane. No, I just thought like because I was reading the Frost facet, it's like, oh, that's like a mini Skadi. That's going to be so useful against heroes that like the Morphlin that's just in meta. And obviously the Morphlin dropped off a little bit, and yeah, the Dragon Knights, the Cleave did get buffed up too. So it's a little bit more useful.
And the thing is that why the Frost facet doesn't work. On paper, it was great. I've seen it a couple of games like, oh, they're versus the Morphling, they're going to go for it. But you go for it, and then you don't have the push capabilities of the Dragon Knight, and you don't have the farming capabilities of, let's say, what would happen if the Dragon Knight would get a Midas, right? So there's 2 ways that you use to play a Dragon Knight. Either be super greedy with the Midas, or go for push, Blink Dagger, Yanks, and the Frost one doesn't give you anything. So maybe at some point people are gonna find a way to make that work, but I don't think it's gonna be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, and we'll see on the bottom lane. Jump coming in, Tildean going to be able to move himself away from this one again. I have my gripes with the position 5 Sven. It's not great in my eyes. Position 4 is a little bit better, but we'll see how this one's going to play out for H2O till the end, especially with the Weaver on that carry here as well, which you are going to get the buff up with the Swarm, the Weaver minus armor into that Sven plus armor for your own team. Might just be what decides the fights coming through here. But at the minute, you can see the Weaver is going to be the top of the last hit. So Beastmaster close behind here, and then that Shadow Fiend. Invoker really not having a good time in the lane to start off with up against the Shadow Fiend.
Obviously, and it's gonna get even worse, right? SF, he has 19 souls already. So sorry, Warwick, but you're in trouble. Even though Invoker has very, very high damage with the Elitist, it's just not enough.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's where I think it's the comeback potential is in the actual fights themselves. Once the gank starts to come around, you have that control on Warwick and no real mobility on the side of Shadow Fiend unless he goes for that. The Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike. It's very hard for this hero to be mobile. But we'll see. I mean, we're even going to see a rotation early on. There is still that Observer Ward down here. Shadow Fiend not too far out to move himself back. No Cold Snap, no Tornado, anything like that. So Janta, he's not going to be able to get this jump here onto Nico. Nico just moves himself back. He might even go for a little bit of harass onto the Bat Rider.
Yep, this is what I was talking about. You don't have great rotating heroes to deal with the SF. So in my mind, Night Pulse, they saw the SF and they didn't do anything about it. That is something that can come to haunt you. This hero is no joke.
Yeah, bottom lane, there's going to be the Stormhammer coming through now, but you can see that Daze trying to get aggressive. There's going to be the Warcry coming out for the Sven. So, Janssen goes for the tip. Not too sure was that for. Onto Niku, maybe just from avoiding the gank or something.
He took his
goes
ward.
down. Yeah, okay.
Did he? Yeah, he got the gold. Yeah, I was thinking maybe DSF denied the ward or something along those lines, but it's basically, haha, I took your ward, and that's that's the only thing.
And how is it going now? DK, the least last hits of all the cores. The Brewmaster's having a really good time in this lane as well. Look at Kami here. Double braces already straight into that Radiance, which I know you're a fan of. You know, no Spirit Vessel, no Urn to start off with Kami, or a pipe, something like that. So, straight up Radiance for Kami. Do you think this is going to be a big benefit? Would you rather him go back up against something like the Dragon Knight? You know, maybe pick up that Spirit Vessel, or are you just happy to let the Invoker go for that?
You have an Invoker, that's the thing. And even if not, I just don't think the Spirit Vessel is the way to go. I've been watching Riyadh a bit, and there are Brewmasters that are going straight into ore items, which is still fine. I just think if you get the Spirit Vessel, that you neither have the farm nor team fight. Speaking of team fight, they're going for Niku, and he's gone.
Yeah. This time Niku, there's going to be TP coming in for the Dragon Knight.
No way!
Niku's going to get involved into this one. Janssen, can he still get the kill? Niku's going to get low, and it looks like the sticky napalm stacks. It might be enough to get the kill onto him. Niku will fall to Janssen, but not before got the juice. He gets the kill onto Warwick. He's even going to be able to get a little bit out of this lane as well. But it does leave this Brewmaster just free farming on the off lane, and he's going to be having a whale of the time here. You know, an absolute delight for Kami.
Oh, this is good for Night Pulse. You don't mind trading that, but Weaver is dying.
Yeah.
You do mind him getting down.
We'll see if he actually goes down here. One jump in until the end, trying to back him up. Has that Warcry, has the Stormhammer here. The Monkey King gets himself in. The Stormhammer comes out. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Daisy's going to try and go for the TP, but the damage with the Scoochie. No!
Beautiful. He got scared there to hit him. He got scared to hit him because of the lion, and that's why he survives. Niku is dying again in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's gone.
If he can get this off, it's going to be really nice for him. He's going to go for that TP in. Earthspike once again onto the Batrider this time. Got the juice, taking a lot of damage here. I do not know, my dude. It looks like he's going to be rotating back in. He goes down.
And
this is going to be... Yeah, and Riddy's, he TV'd in to save his team as well. This is looking rough for Navi Jr. Flame Break, one more right-click Warwick. He's going to be able to get it. Monkey King might be able to clear it up. Is there a Cold Snap? Is there a Tornado? Not for a few seconds now. One more right-click, and yet Warwick will fall.
Janter?
He might be the next one to go down here. Monkey King. Does he have that tree down? See Yanta, he's eating the trees now, and it looks like Daisy's going to try and no. The stun comes through. Yanta's healing up from the salve as well. This is such a long stun. Daze, he gets made a monkey of by this Batrider.
Oh boy, I was thinking, why is Janter turning around on the Monkey King? He's gonna die as well. No, he had a read of the situation. Monkey King had nothing left in the tank, and he could only die once the tree got cut. It was a problem. In Navi Jr., they brought so many heroes into the mid lane. I understand protecting DSF is important, but you cannot allow your carry to die as well. Look at DSF and the Dragon. They've got nothing.
Yeah, gonna be, you can see that the Dragon Knight's about 700, 800 gold behind the Weaver, and the SF, not a fair comparison, but looking at the highest farm out on the map here, Kami, 4.1k gold in 7, nearly 8 minutes, and he's even gonna be putting pressure on this tier 1 tower. This is gonna make it so uncomfortable for the Dragon Knight to try and farm up. Only 1 point in the Worm's Wrath as well for the DK.
The Batrider won this laning stage, and he won it heavily for his team. I mean, he actually went for the tower pushing facet, the Arsonist on the Batrider. Actually, wasn't paying attention to that. Interesting.
Is that purely because you think no one on Night Pulse is a good building hitter, so they just had to make up with it with that facet?
Opening up the tier 1s. Yeah, that's the reason for it. And to me, this guy, Janter, he crushed the laning phase. If Night Pulse just snowballed this out of control, he's the MVP. He's the one who made it all happen.
Okay, and we might see a bit of a rotation here. We have the 6 on the Beastmaster, V-Tune. We're going to be playing underneath this tier 1 tower. Rotations are coming through. The Monkey King and the Lion both are here. Might be able to scout
SF
out, but can he get onto V-Tune? V-Tune, he's going to go straight for the Lincoln Sphere, it looks like, as well. Just be able to deal with this roar.
Very lucky for the SF there to break the smoke right when the creep wave was coming. I don't know if that was intentional, but now he is under vision once again. You know, we're talking about Vichin, but he's mobile enough to escape, whereas Niku, not so much.
Yeah, and Night Pulse, yeah, I mean, you talked about the laning stage, right? This is where they kind of get the control of the game. Tornado comes out. Can they go on to Niku now as well? The cold snap into the MP. Stormhammer's going to be there as well. Warwick, they're trying to get on top of Niku. There may be a little bit of body blocking coming through. And Niku will be able to get himself back behind that tier 1 tower. Tier 2 tower, as the tier 1 tower does go down. Yanta's going to get the credit for this one. And yeah, you talked about it. Night Pulse, this is where they win the game from the laning stage, and then they don't let that control go. And already 10 minutes in, it feels like they are thoroughly in control of this map.
Lion will at least get the war down. They don't deny it in front of him, so Night Pulse, they don't really want to crush the spirits of Navi Jr. It was quite clear where the ward was, so very nicely done by the Lion, but he gives his life away. And that deeper ward in the jungle still remains. They're not aware of it just yet. So that will be something that might cost SF his life. This is by no means good for Navi Jr.
No, no, absolutely not here. As you can see that Warwick just continuing to push in the lane. Do you even go for the Hand of Midas on the Invoker, or do you just go straight in for something like the Orchid here for Warwick?
I would be fine with the Orchid, not gonna lie, especially because all of the tier 1s, I mean, the 2 main tier 1s have fallen, so you do have this area where you're gonna be able to go hunting, and nobody on the other side is gonna be buying anything against that. So yeah, I really wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I think those odds were the other way around there as well. You can see that according to the odds on the screen. Navi Jr. were the favourites, but I think they were just, wrong odds to the wrong team. As bottom lane, they might be able to take a tier 1 tower back.
That's big.
Should be able to get this one. V-Tune, he's moved himself into the jungle already. He picked up the Ring of Health. Maybe just that casual Ring of Health to help him out in the lane. Gonna go back for the Maelstrom before the Lincoln Sphere.
So Nefrit got the Wisdom Rune. That's why the Lion is so low in terms of experience. This Lion needs level 6 because you're not going to be able to get kills without his spell. There's already a Radiance. And a Fire Dragon Knight went for a Midas. This is a catastrophe. Navi Jr., they're not going to be able to play Dota for the next 10 minutes at least.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough for the next, like, say, the next 5-10 minutes here. They might just lose more objectives as... Got the juicy pops out Dragon Form. There's going to be the scouts out coming through from the Monkey King as well. They see Yanta. Yanta's actually going to go for the drums, no blink. So, I mean, he'd still be a ways off the blink anyway if he was going for that. So, drums maybe going to be a bit more of a benefit for the chase potential, especially alongside the Warcry as well. But for now, they will be able to keep that Dragon Knight alive on the side of Navi Jr.
Yeah, interesting that he's going for drums. I saw it, and I'm not sure why, right? You don't have too many slows on the other side. You have some. So I guess the Boots of the Bearing aren't going to be as valuable as you would want. And one thing that you're lacking on Night Pulse is clear initiation. So it would have been much easier to get on top of the SF any hero here if you could get an early Blink Dagger. So I can't say that I agree with the pickup.
I just think you look at the side of Navi Jr., apart from the Monkey King with the Tree Dance, no one's really, specifically high mobile here on the side of Navi Jr. So you get the Warcry off, you pop the drums, and it's effectively not only is the Bat Rider going to be able to chase someone down and close that gap, but you're going to be allowing your entire team to close that gap as well. So it's like, if you are winning that fight, Navi Jr. try and disengage, you pop the drums, you pop that Warcry, and you get a full team wipe instead of maybe like a 2 or 3 man trade.
Sure, makes sense, but you still need to start the fight, and that's where the problem rises. Monkey King is almost as fast as the Stormhammer when he moves through the trees. It's so not fair.
Yeah, it did catch up with him in the end there. That's one of the things that the Tree Dance doesn't disjoint here. And speaking about disjoint, nothing to disjoint that lasso. They get the kill on Nefrit. Nefrit may potentially hunt it out onto V-Tune, but V-Tune had that backup coming through from his teammates here. He's just going to go back to calmly farm, and we see that V-Tune, at least out of everyone in the game, will be playing that PvE while everyone else is on that PvP.
It's still not too bad for Navi Jr. Considering how things started. They did manage to stop the bleeding for the time being, and the Dragon Knight is starting to farm, so that's not too bad. Going for a BKB, once you do have it, if you pop it before you get any kind of stuns onto you, like the lasso, you are actually able to stand your ground quite nicely.
Okay, well, we'll see how the Dragon Knight's going to play. He's getting a fairly free lane, not being pressured out from the side of Night Pulse now. So, yeah, like you say, that recovery is well on the way here. As V-Tune at least going to push up to the tier 1 on the top lane. Just make sure it doesn't get to the point where the Dragon Knight can. And again, is that Fire Dragon tries to pressure onto the tier 1 tower. They even see, there's going to be a stack taken here from the side of Night Pulse in the Navi Jr. jungle. Oh, excuse me, the Navi Jr. corridor.
They know where
the
the Weaver
Tormentor.
is, but he also knows where they are. Just scan them. SF has his Blink Daggers. He wants to make something happen. Look at that. Night Pulse, they're rotating. They know they're coming for the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Daisy's gonna be able to get it. Gets that tree dance now as well. The tornado, it connects.
What a tornado.
He jumps into it now. Daze, can he get himself away? The urn taking him down. EMP comes out as well. Daisy's just gonna give up his life. Let his teammates get out of here. Vichun gets the credit for the kill. Just Warwick here with the, you know, he had the foresight. It was just like the mind's eye.
Look at
Saw the
bottom.
Monkey King was gonna jump, and now yeah, you see, they're gonna be able to get the last one to Nefrit here as well. Nefrit, Cinderbrew comes in, split not usually. It's gonna be used now. Yanta looking for that angle, but there's gonna be a really nice
Has the
Earthquake
axe,
coming
he's
out.
strong.
They might be able to take down these Brulins here as Riddy's trying to get the chase down. They might be able to take down one of them. They do take down two, but looks like Kami, it's going to be wearing off that split now. Nefrit still going for the chase, has that roar. Axes will fly through, but won't throw the roar onto the Beastmaster, onto the Brewmaster.
That steal of the Monkey King on the rune actually would have been worth it if Yanter didn't steal the bottom rune as well. So Night Pulse, they got their experience anyways, which is kind of nice. And now Nefrit with the Aghanim Scepter is not going to be taken down that easily. Remember last time when he got lassoed and then Kami just beat him up? Well, now they don't even take like 10% of his HP.
No, he does need to get that. You know, the stacks are going to be nice as well for the drums of Slum in the fights here, just keeping him going, doing the damage as well. So he is going to have that to keep him, as the Monkey King might be spotted out again. Spirit Vessel comes out now. He's going to try to tree dance himself out of this one, but the cold snap into that tornado. The tornado connects. Roll comes out onto the Batrider. The Batrider has the mana for the lasso, though, if he wants to try and get it off. He's going to be able to get it off onto the Beastmaster, doing a lot of damage. Stormhammer comes in now as well. Yanta will fall. They get the kill onto the Monkey King, and Nefrit will fall next. Riddy, is he going to be able to get anything out of this? Is he going to be able to get himself out of this one? He gets the kill onto Warwick with the finger. Now Niku, he's trying to run himself away. Was that Stormhammer is available. Kami with the chase down as well. Niku, he's trying to hide himself in the trees, but they're going to be able to go. Cinderbrew comes out here till the end. Does he even want to try and throw that one out? Not a lot of mana left, so the Stormhammer will be here, and Kami gets the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you see Vichun just putting the rest onto Juice, and Juice has to back himself away there.
Kami's so strong. This guy is playing carry from the offlane. I don't know what the hell. I really want to see Night Pulse versus some like tier 1 teams, and if this is gonna work versus them, or if they're just gonna be able to shut it down. Because every time I'm seeing Kami, he's just crushing it top of the network chart every single game, and nobody has any response to him. Look at that. He's gonna have his ulti in 25 seconds. With his ulti, he didn't do much, but with his movements alone and being in the right place at the right time, he's just getting so much in terms of farm.
Yeah, and we'll see as Riddy's comes through. They have the vision with that high ward. He's going to try and go for the TP. Sunstrike's going to be here. Do they have the damage? Well, they have the Stormhammer. That's going to cancel off the TP and secure the kill for H2O. As Kami just continues to farm out those Ancients. Yanta moving in now as well. No lasso. How long is that down for? Another 12 seconds. And we'll see if they want to try and go for another kill here. Nefrit trying to move himself away. Will be near the Tormentor spawn, so he's going to be able to get himself out safe. But this just delays what Nefrit's trying to do in terms of getting that farm, getting that Blink Dagger up.
He saw them on vision, so Nefrit knew that they were coming for him. But look at that, the Sven just took down that ward, so suddenly you are kind of blind. The only wards that you have are on the top part of the map, and that's not really where Navi Jr. want to fight. Those wards are going to be used to dodge the enemies rather than get kills or get themselves a favorable team fight.
Yeah, and we'll see just how they want to play this with the smoke coming out. Oh, it's just the Invis to work. I thought it was a smoke. But yeah, Invoker, I guess in the ghost form, just looking to scout out on the high ground, make sure nobody comes through. They take down the tier 2 tower. And this is kind of the thing, right? They've been doing this on the side of Night Pulse without Weaver really being too involved. There's been 4v4, 4v5 fights coming out that Night Pulse are winning and rocking. So once Vichun gets involved as well, he wants to go towards that Lincoln Sphere. Is that, you think, where the Weaver, is that where we would see the 5-mans coming out for the side of Night Pulse?
Night Pulse are looking for a fight anyways as 4, right? It's only where Vichun is gonna join. I think Vichun is gonna say at some point, let's take the Roche, and that's gonna kind of start their 5-man. I don't know if you would want to go with them before that, because you want your Lincoln Sphere, you want your Gleipnir. You're still relatively greedy in finishing your items.
H2O, there's going to be a jump here now onto the Monkey King. There's only 3 heroes up here. Warwick as well as Yanta and H2O. The Brewmaster not going to be coming this way, but still, Nightpulse not sure where the Brew is, not sure where the Weaver is. So they do go for that TP away, not wanting to get involved here. So they give that Monkey King up and just pull the Ripcord.
That's 3 versus 5, and you run away with 4 of your heroes, one of them dies. The 2 cores of Nightpulse, the 2 biggest cores, were just farming throughout that one. And yeah, there it is. It is going to be an attempt on the Roche. Really not an attempt, a successful kill, as Navi Jr., they just TP'd away, so they're not coming to stop this from happening.
Yeah, and yeah, like you say, that you don't even need the Requiem for the fear coming out on the side of Navi Jr. when Nightpulse runs at them, and they straight into the Roche bit, uncontested, and we'll see if Navi Jr. are going to be able to get any objectives, because there's only tier 2 standing now for the side of Nightpulse, so not going to be able to get any quick objectives for the side of Navi Jr. Let's see what they're really going to be able to get out for this trade for the Aegis.
Not much. You did what you could, and that's push out the mid lane and the bottom lane. To be honest, Nightpulse, I would like for them to focus on the lanes more rather than just go straight up for this tier 2. But it does seem like they're gonna go for a straight up push. Maybe at this point in the game, you don't need to be efficient any longer. A 5-man could actually just win you the game. I'm not sure that I love it, because it's giving an opportunity for Navi Jr. to catch back up in terms of net worth. But if you take down all of the outer towers, it really does limit the positioning of Navi Jr. in fights, which is sometimes more valuable than gold itself.
Yeah, they're going to force out the fortification here as well on the side of Nightpulse to Navi Jr. Dragon Knight, I don't know whether he's in fighting spirits just yet, because he's got that Hand of Midas, he's got that BKB up, going towards an armlet into the Orchid, but it feels like the BKB was a very defensive pick that he was forced into more than he wanted to pick up. I think he's just going to want to farm. Yeah, you see the odds on the screen there as well. Nightpulse coming in clear favourite here up against Navi Jr., who the odds just keep growing against, and we'll see if Nightpulse, with this Aegis, maybe want to try and force something in on the high ground as well.
Yeah, they're gonna try. Vichun does a decent amount of damage to the tower there with the dragon scale, and plus you have Yanter there with his facet for taking down towers. So Navi Jr. at least they're gonna have to TP here. Don't have the glyph. The tower is pretty much dead.
It is pretty darn low, like you say. The sticky napalm into Vichun, and just the Invoker as well, dropping the meatball, trying to clear off the creep wave, as quickly as possible. Sakuchi as well, keeping those creeps alive as they push in. So not a full commitment from Nightpulse, but yeah, like I say, forcing some TPs. They know they're going to be down now for a couple of heroes on the side of Navi Jr., and Nightpulse can use this to advantage roaming around the map.
There is gonna be a triple 9-second BKB on Navi Jr., so I wouldn't write them off in the next fight. In my mind, Nightpulse is now gonna have to force out some of those BKB timings. That's your next objective. Don't commit wholeheartedly. Just poke, force those BKBs, reset, and then with the next Roche win the game. That's what you should aim for. And then Navi Jr., maybe they can get a little bit annoyed and then try to fight when they shouldn't, and lose the game earlier. But Nightpulse, this should be the fastest course to victory.
Yeah, Warwick there as well, just trying to get in the heads of Navi Jr. They took that Tormentor, he immediately put a Sunstrike on the barrier, says, I know exactly where you're going to go. If one of you are low, I'm going to get a kill with this one. It did hit Got the Juice, who pretty much had full health anyway, so it wasn't like an actual damage thing, but it was mental damage, He knows how they think. Getting in their heads here. Earthspike comes out onto the Batrider. We'll see Hex now as well. Can they get the kill? The Finger of Death comes out. Niku's going to be able to take him down. And now the Roar onto the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster trying to back himself away. They do still have this Aegis. Wukong's command is down. Can they get anything from this one? Vichun, tier 3 is down now, so those racks are exposed. So if Nightpulse, do they want to try and hang around this one? Are they going to be playing? Well, there's going to be the jump in now as well. Brewmaster, he's going to be stunned up a little bit now as well. The Fear coming out. Can he get it split off? He's so darn tanky, my dude.
Didn't touch him. Literally didn't touch him. Yeah, Navi Jr., they went for a fight they shouldn't.
Stormhammer onto 2 there. It connects because Niku walks in range of the line. They're going to be able to get the kill onto the line. The Monkey King goes down now as well. And Vichun, he gets that time lapse off, so they get the kill onto Niku without even having to spend the Aegis. Buyback comes out from the Monkey King. Can they get the kill onto Got the Juice? Got the Juice going to get low, but it looks like 22 minutes in. They're just taking everybody down. Triple kill for Vichun, and no buybacks left on Navi Jr. This is Nightpulse's base now.
Why is he so tanky? What the hell? They got the full Requiem onto him. Does somebody have a Mage Slayer or something? That Requiem didn't do no damage to the
Solar Crest, Warcry, Big Tanky Boy anyway. Shiva's got, or it was actually the Veil before he got the Shivas.
Yeah, I don't know. This just looked funny when they tried killing him, but this is what I was saying. Nightpulse, they really didn't have to push it that much.
The Solar Crest is a 400 HP barrier, not a physical barrier, right?
It is a physical barrier. It just doesn't write it that way. I got into an argument with Ottomo, which I lost because I thought it's an HP barrier because that's what it says, but it's not.
It says HP barrier.
Yeah. I know, but somebody doesn't know the English language. That's why we have British people to explain to us here, Rob, to tell us why is HP actually physical.
Tut. Well, I don't know, my dude. That's just it seems like a miscommunication. Americans, right? They don't actually know the language here. It's Nefrit. He's going to be able to get the roar onto Warwick, but Warwick again, going to be a big tanky boy. The last one comes through. This is the last stand, it feels like, coming out for Navi Jr. They do get the kill onto the Invoker. Can they go for more on this one? The Wukong's command is down. They still get the kill onto Nefrit. Niku is down as well as Riddies. They're trying to go for Daze. Daze tries to dodge off with the Mischief, but the damage is just way too much. Got the juice hit. Is his last stand, and the dragon will be slain. The rampage for V-Tune and the game as well. Everything there in that final fight. Night Pulse, they take it all.
Yeah, what a way to start the playoffs, huh, Rob? We get a rampage right off of the bat, and Night Pulse completely crushed Navi Jr. They didn't stand a single chance, they're not gonna lie. And this is, I mean, when you look at the lineup of Night Pulse, does it look like a lane-dominating lineup? No, it doesn't. But Yenter, definite MVP for me. He's the one who set it all up, and everybody else, they just kind of rode it out. Navi Jr., they tried to fight with their BKBs. They were pushing it a bit more, which, you know, you might just have to do. If the enemies dodge you, then you're kind of screwed. And by pushing it, they just made the game end a lot earlier than what you would expect.
Yeah, and like you say, the Batrider, it seemed like he was the one to set up everything. Like say the quick kills in the top lane for the 2 kills up against the Dragon Knight as well. You know, being able to set up then the rotations onto Nico in the mid lane, putting the pressure on the towers with that facet. You got the lassos onto the Beastmaster in the bottom lane. It did feel like Yanta, yeah, he was the playmaker around the map, which allowed Night Pulse to get this lead up. And then Weaver, once he hits his farm, Lincoln Sphere comes out, Gleamner comes out, he says, right, I'm ready to get involved. And yeah, they hit everything. The Brewmaster as well, like you say, being left alone because he got the juice TPing into the mid lane to help his mid laner out as the carry, leaving Brewmaster alone for what, a good 2-3 minutes.
I don't know, man. That was the weirdest thing ever. I would be okay if that happened the first time that they went for the SF, right? But it happened the second time where they went for the SF, where he already died. You TP in with the Dragonite, and your SF he's already destroyed. So just let it go. But when you look at this game, it was actually a very passive game, right? Because the most damage done is the Weaver, and that's 14,000. A lot of the heroes just didn't even get to like 7 or 8k hero damage done. Everybody was dodging fights. You were losing a hero or two on Navi Jr. every single minute, and then at the end they just died twice in a row, and of course called GG.
Yeah, and that will be it for the first game. It is a best of 3, so we'll see if we do get to that third game in the series, or if it's just going to be that 2 game to come out here for Night Pulse looking incredibly scary up against Navi Jr. We'll find out how it's going to go after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best play home.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Champions in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, here to the second game between Nightpulse and Navi Jr. This is going to be, well, Navi Jr., they have to step up in quality, not just once, not just twice. They have to go the whole staircase here to match up against Nightpulse after that last game. And Nightpulse, they just have to carry on doing what they're doing. Hurry. How do you expect Navi Jr. to be able to answer back to this one? Because it felt like, was it a bit of a draft issue going for that carry Dragon Knight, or do you think it was just a case of Navi Jr. not having the quality on their side in game one?
I don't know, man. I don't think it was a drafting issue. No way. It cannot be a drafting issue when minute 4, the enemy's position 4 is rotating twice to your mid lane. The second time you rotate every single hero you have and they all die in a scenario where you're versus 2 or 3 heroes of the enemy side. That cannot be a draft issue. It has to be that you just didn't prepare for that potential moment. I think they had an SF. They thought that there were no great rotating heroes. Batrider is decent. He's not the greatest one. And they underestimated it. Then they tried to salvage it. And then you just straight up lose the game. It cannot happen. So, yeah. But this is what happens sometimes. A better team forces the enemy team to feed one by one. And then from that point onward, you never recover, which is pretty much what happened in the game.
Yeah, and we'll see if Navi Jr., they get a better draft. Maybe banning out that Batrider in the first phase as well, so it doesn't get through for Nightpulse. We'll see what else Nightpulse have up their sleeve. But for me, that Batrider, Janssen on the Batrider was the MVP of the game. He set up absolutely everything. And I know you said it towards the end of the game there as well. He was just everywhere on the map. It felt like it wasn't, it was a team of Batriders coming through alongside the other 4 heroes that they had. So we'll see how Navi Jr. want to approach this one, getting into that draft, whether it is going to be the ban on the Batrider early on, or whether they think they can maybe let it through, maybe even try and steal it away themselves.
Overall, though, Nightpulse in this tournament, this is the first time they played a Batrider. So it's not really a hero that they always go for. So I don't know if you are afraid of the hero. The hero has dropped in popularity last week, and then this week it's coming back. So I don't know what it is, but I guess with the ability to put it in the mid lane, it has become more popular in terms of picks, and people still don't pick him in the first phase, so that's why it's so successful. You see a potential for the Batrider to work out, you go for it, and well, this is the result.
Yeah, and we see straight off the bat here, they don't want to, I mean, they could first pick it if they wanted to, but Nightpulse, they ban out the Brewmaster, and just taking about 20 seconds of reserve time as well to think about this one. On the other side, the Nightpulse, they're going to be banning out, yeah, the Monkey King goes, the Batrider goes here as well, so we'll see what else Nightpulse have up the sleeve to answer back, and this is going to allow, especially with the Monkey King Batrider being banned out, the one of the Tiny to get through, the Sven's to get through, the Weavers to get through, Beastmaster, Darkseer, we're seeing, potentially the TA as well, Shadow Fiend. So we saw a couple of those in the last game, but we'll see how many of them get through this draft.
Yeah, some of them go through, some of them won't. That's just how it goes. Usually after game 1, something changes. Navi Jr., they're afraid of the bat, which is... I I think this is a big deal, that this is actually opening up so much more for Night Pulse, right? Because the Bat Rider, a hero that they're not playing all that much, gets banned out because of a good performance coming out from them. And now you put Navi Jr. in a position that they're not going to be taking out some of the heroes that you love. Though, to be honest, Night Pulse are a very flexible team, so they have wide hero pools on pretty much all of their players. So I don't really think they're the type of team that you can ban things away from. I'd rather the other team versus Night Pulse, you play what you know, something that's not easily countered, and maybe on the 4th and the 5th pick in the draft you try to target some of the heroes that Night Pulse have picked up in that regard. That's the best way to approach it when you're drafting versus teams with a wide hero pool.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm looking at this one. I don't know why this ban's taking so long for Navi Junior. Just ban the Tiny, because otherwise Night Pulse are going to pick it up in that first phase. You know, they ban out the Weaver here. We'll see if they
are they. We've seen it a couple of times drop that people just ignore it.
Yeah, but I think Night Pulse, I should have to go back at the Night Pulse match. They actually ban out the Phoenix. So, okay, let's see what this Night Pulse ban is going to be after that Phoenix ban. So, I mean, what else got banned out? I think the Snapfire that actually got banned out in the last game as well. Let me just check that ban list from the last time out.
Let me check how many times they've played a Tiny. I mean, you would assume that Night Pulse, they played in Group B, so I guess it's recent. Yeah, there's a Tiny.
There it is. Ember Spirit. My dude, how many times have we seen this early Ember Spirit coming up over the past few days and it just gets dumped?
This early Ember Spirit, no, right? So maybe if it's gonna get dumpstered, let it get dumpstered from the first pick and not for the 4th pick, right? That's what we've seen mostly. The Ember Spirits being picked in the 3rd, 4th pick, and then the last pick completely obliterates them. So you at least don't waste your 4th pick. That's where you're gonna be getting something else, and you allow your mid laner right off the bat to be countered.
Yeah, maybe thinking... I mean, how does the Ember Spirit matchup go against the Tiny? Is that something that kind of goes even, or is that a lose for the Ember Spirit?
It's okay for the Ember, because Tiny has 0 armor, right? And he doesn't really break your shield all that easily. So, in general, it should be a win for the Ember as well, right? You get a Blightstone, you start smacking him, Sleight of Fist with a double impact. It's a problem, and any melee hero is easy to double impact in the lane, because if people don't know how it works, the hero closest to you gets hit twice when you use the Sleight of Fist. So, as soon as he comes for a wave, you get into a good angle, you use the Sleight of Fist, and he's going to be hit twice. So a hero like a Tiny, in terms of harassment in the laning stage, he loses, and then on the back of that, you win the CS battle as well.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, do you think this is then trying to force that Tiny into the position 4? You know, just trying to take it away from that mid, make sure it doesn't have that early impact with the Blink Dagger?
The idea is to have a hero that's going to be able to survive the Tiny rotations, and the Ember is not the easiest guy to get caught, right? If there's a lot of creeps, the second that the avalanche is used, you use the Sleight of Fist, you stay up in the air for a long period of time, you don't really take that much damage, and even when you get tossed back with a Flame Guard or the chains, it doesn't matter which one you go for, you have a chance to actually escape and survive. So I think maybe the idea is to survive, or who knows, it might be a Ember Spirit in some different position, which we haven't seen. I personally haven't seen in this meta at all, but it would be a fun change-up.
I mean, I think in another event we saw the position 4 Ember Spirit coming out because of the necessity. Was it me? No, I think it might have actually been me and Otomo that cast it, because yeah, it's exactly what happened. That the Ember Spirit, he got a bad matchup in the mid lane, and they were like, okay, we can fix this. We just put him as the Ember Spirit 4. It did not work. It did not work. You know, surprise, surprise.
No way. I don't know how that happened, Rob. I don't know how a position 4 Ember would work right now. Maybe an offlane Ember with the chain gang could be okay, but a 4, I just don't see it happening.
It wasn't the best. It wasn't even the middest. It was definitely around the worst that we'd ever seen as a cast. You know, it just didn't do anything. As Night Pulse get through the ban list, so they do take out the Sven. There's going to be the Oracle going out there, as well as the ET from both sides. Shadow Fiend in that last round of bans there as well. So we'll see what Night Pulse, what they want to be picking up here, getting themselves through in the reserve time. Going for the Hoodwink into the... Yeah, okay, so it looks like it is going to be that core Tiny coming out. Whether it's going to be the 3 or the 2, we'll have to hang around and find out. But up against the Ember Spirit, maybe they are thinking Night Pulse. They don't have the worst time if they can get on top of the Ember Spirit. It is a melee hero, so it's going to allow the Tiny to get the Savatos combo off.
Mid lane Tiny with the rotation of a Hoodwink or a Grimstroke, you can get the kill. you can get the kill on him. It's just the case. You have two very good rotating supports. You might not be crushing him in the laning stage, but the first few levels before he gets more points in his sleight of fist, with the tree you are getting more CS, and then on level 3 when you're probably gonna start getting harassed by the Ember Spirit, you bring in the supports and you win. Plus these two supports don't care much about the Rubik. They're not gonna be giving him insane spells. Their spells are good, but they are not like top notch for a Rubik to have. So I really like this response from Nightpulse and Navi Jr. This is actually quite cool, right? You get the Jakiro when you have a Rubik, and we talked about the Rubik Beast Master lane and how strong it is currently, so this actually makes a lot of sense. I don't know if this opens up a potential troll for Nightpulse, if VTune would want to play that.
I'd like to see them get the Primal Beast here. With the Grimstroke combo coming out, you throw that in the off lane, and even though there potentially is that ice path to come through, your telekinesis to come through later on, but it feels like another lane winner here for the side of Nightpulse. The Inkswell, I forgot the name of the spell. It's been so long since I've seen a Grimstroke. All the spells, I'm trying to get, scrape them from the back of my memory here, but they're going to go for the Medusa. Okay. I suppose you've got the jump in so you can Inkswell out onto the Tiny as well, get that blink in and do the damage, but yeah, Medusa comes out here. Nightpulse, big pickup as they ban out the Anti-Mage. What is left here to do the damage to the Medusa in terms of a carry?
Something that needs to do a constant amount of damage. I mentioned the Troll, not the best versus her, but can do it. Ursa, also not the best. This is a rough one for Navi Jr.
Like a Terrablaze? You just have those illusions hitting down, you do a lot of damage. Do you think the Medusa split shot's going to be enough to clean those up?
I like it. I like the Terrorblade. I just don't remember them playing it. You might go for something like a Lifestealer here. It might not be good versus the Medusa directly, but you itemize later on, get a Halberd or the Aghanim Scepter, you disarm the Medusa, and the other 3 heroes don't do anything to you. So that's a ban that I would like to see from Nightpulse.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and we'll see if that's going to be coming on. Nightpulse, how much reserve time do they have left on their side here? They have 1:12. So yeah, they can think about this next ban before they get into it, and they do have the next pick after as well. So Navi Jr., what is their final ban going to be? Thinking this is going to be an offlane here with the Darkseer ban out, it looks like.
Maybe you get rid of an Aura hero, something that's going to buff up the Medusa, because how do you play Medusa lineups? You hunt with your mid laner, in this situation Tiny, and the 2 supports. Medusa farms, the offlaner gets auras, you come together at like 20 minutes and the enemies can't do anything against that. So something like a Underlord would be a pretty decent ban.
Yeah, we'll see what it's going to be here. They're actually burning through a lot of the reserve time to think about this final ban on the side of Navi Jr. Coming down all the way to 7 seconds. They're going to have time while Nightpulse obviously making their final ban as well as the pick. They ban out the Doom. Yeah, making their final ban pick here. They immediately take away the Usurper as they pick up the Sand King. How do we forget about the Sand King?
And it is an aura builder, right? Even though not a classic one, but you're at least super tanky that you stand your ground. If you want to, you can go for the blink and just protect the Medusa in that way, but overall it does look pretty decent. Plus it also gives you some kill potential, and it's something your Nightpulse have been first picking lately, and not only later on. So what I mentioned, the Lifestealer, I still think it's a good one.
Yeah, and this is another one that goes well with Grimstroke. The Inkswell comes out. You're going to be able to burrow strike yourself into a target, get that pop on the Inkswell. Lifestealer going to be right there. Hurry was right on the money as we do see him being picked up for juice. So, looking at this lineup now, do you think this goes any better for Navi Jr. in the second game, or Nightpulse, are they riding this momentum all the way through to the semi-finals?
Navi Jr. got better lanes than last game, but Nightpulse have more kill potential with their lanes, so more potential to crush their opponents than they had in the previous one. To be honest, once again, I do prefer Navi Jr.'s lineup. With the previous game, I don't think I can, with a good conscience, go for them and say that they're going to win. But they have strong lanes. They got strong rotating potential. They have ways of dealing with the Medusa in a sense of ignoring her if you do hit your timings quite nicely. So we'll see if they can do it. I'm not a believer, but they definitely have given themselves a shot in game 2, just like in game 1. But we know how that went.
Okay, and just looking through the facets, because again, this is going to be the first time I've seen a Grimstroke. So, what's he got? He's got the Instigate, or the Inkstigate locked in, it looks like at the minute, just while I'm checking the heroes, unless he's going for something else.
Nah, he's not going to be curving bullets.
You know, yeah, so it is going to be the Inkswell manually detonated. So it's just the same, right? You used to be able to do this one before the facet came out. You just press the button again when you want to be taking it away. Yeah, so that's what he's going to be getting here on the facet. How much do you like this one? It being taken away from his base kit and being put back in as a facet.
I'm fine with it. It happened to some of the heroes as they were already in a good position. I don't think that it needed to be changed. I just don't know if the other facet does anything for anybody. That's just the case. Maybe because it's a little bit longer than versus something like a Broodmother, but overall, I think that the other facet should be changed. This is fine.
Okay, well, we'll see how it's going to go as we get ready to get ourselves into game number 2 here between Navi Jr. and Nightpulse. As Nightpulse, they are one game away from the semi-finals up against, I do believe it was Team T. Not got the brackets in front of me now. Yeah, checking out Team T. So one game away from being able to lock that one in the semi-finals, get themselves some more points on the board. And Navi Jr., they are one game away from elimination. We'll see if they are going to be able to hold their nerve, get themselves back into a 1-1, or if Nightpulse are going to be taking it in a fairly quick series. We'll find out as we get into game number 2. And don't forget, everybody, you can use that QR code that is on the screen, just fading off there. Get yourself over to the 1xBet app, or use the banner below the stream for the 1xBet website. Use that promo code 1XRLGEU. Get yourself up to 130% bonus as your first deposit, available both on the app and the website.
We've got an unfettered lifestealer, and I don't think it's the way to go in this game because you're playing versus the Phantom's Embrace of the Grimstroke. Plus, there's so many stuns. Plus, the status resistance helps you versus the Avalanche, let's say, if you have a BKB, right? Or if you have a Rage to pop it. But Unfettered doesn't really help all that much. You having the status resistance is not that big of a deal. So I'm curious to see how this one works. Of course, there are stuns that start on you that you want to get out of, but for some reason, I don't think this is the way to go.
Yeah, Kami's going to be set up around this bounty rune, just be able to see if the lifesteals are going to come in. Yeah, I mean, it is nice, but I don't know, dude, if this facet is just a little bit weaker than the other one, whether it's going to be as good in this game, whether it does need maybe that's the thing that Navi Jr. is showing how weak this one is. Maybe trying to get a buff in the next patch is
yeah, very
no
smart
aggression
choice
come out from those sides.
to just leave the tournament because you want to show how weak it is. I think there is a place for Unfettered. There definitely is a place for this facet. It's just not every game. V-Tune or Ridis. Who's in trouble here? It's going to be Ridis, actually.
Yeah, Rudy's going to be run down here, Navi Jr. Is he going to be able to get any backup from his teammates? It looks like not. He's going to be left alone, V-Tune, until the end. Going to try and chase him down. Do they have the damage? It's probably a silly question, as you want more Mystic Snake into the Stroke of Fate, into the right clicks here. V-Tune going to get the first blood on the board.
Yep, you get the extra damage there from the Engorged. And you take him down easily. I really like that when you get the extra damage from the Engorged, that every hit that you use, it shows like it's a crit on the enemy. There's a red number getting on top of their head. I really don't know what the Jakiro was doing there, dude. He just literally went there to give the first blood to V-Tune. That's the only explanation that I have.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a little bit of a better lane, maybe, I think, for the just in the lane stage, just being able to get the health up as well. Just thinking back to the last game where Juice was kind of really run down. You have the backup of the Jakiro in this bottom lane, as we see a lot of Harass, coming out on the lifestealer early on. But do you think, I mean, in my eyes, this lane goes a little bit better than game 1. Are you thinking along the same lines? Or do you think the Harass from the Hoodwink and that Sand King is going to overwhelm Juice again?
To be honest, in the previous game, I thought that the lane was going to go well for them, and then they just dropped the ball. So, on paper, yes, the lifestealer should be good here, but it doesn't have to be the case. They are already harassing and being quite annoying, so Nightpulse, like always, they're playing their offlane in a really, really nice way. This is what happens when you have a former safe laner playing your offlane who actually transitioned to the lane quite nice. He knows exactly what he wants to do. Got the juice. Is he dead?
Did I drop a caster curse on him? Jansen going to try and chase him down. Won't be able. In fact, the blood grenade, if that had come out here, that potentially would have got the kill into the lifestealer. And the lifestealer, he is so low, dude. Is there a level 2? Not yet. So the Acorn shot, though, is it going to be enough? And you can see he has to move away from the Sand King because he doesn't have the mana for the Burrow Strike yet. But a good stinger into an Acorn shot might be enough to get the kill into Juice. So Juice is going to be healed up by the tangos from Riddies. Kami, he's always looking to get aggressive here, and yeah, Juice is got to be careful as well, thanks to the damage coming through from that Caustic Finale as the innate for the Sand King.
Okay, at least Kami did take quite a lot of damage. That's big. And let's see, is something coming for the Sand King? It's only gonna be Tangos. Meanwhile, mid lane, this is what I was talking about. The Ember can apply pressure to the Tiny come level 3.
Yeah, and if you're looking at what this hero can do right back, you know, it is going to be down to when he gets more points into the toss, which he's going to be able to do level 3 here, going for 2 points of that. Nothing into the Avalanche just yet. Maybe picks a point up in that at level 5. Yeah, for the minute, it feels like the Ember Spirit having a really good time. And we'll see if it keeps up, because that's what I say, in the lane, Niku should have a comfortable time, but once it starts to look to the rotations, either into the mid lane or that Tiny trying to look to get aggressive, that's when you're going to start to see heroes disappearing.
Am I missing something? Why does the Rubik have 10 CS?
That's a good question. Maybe just secure, I mean, yeah, secure on range creeps, you know, just secure on creeps with the Fade Bolt.
10? It's too much. The Lifestealer has 11. I'm gonna assume that there was a Dark Troll Summoner, and he got a couple of those skeletons. Yeah, I guess the small camp as well. Yeah, that's why we have our observer. Uwu is just the best.
Yeah, Uwu can tell us what's exactly going on without even having to tell us exactly what's going on.
Yep.
You know, it's all about showing, not telling.
Exactly. Do you have in Britain, you know, when the news are happening, do you have the guys with the sign language? Do you think that might come to Dota at some point?
Could you imagine trying to not only, you know, sign language words that probably don't exist in sign language, but trying to keep up with someone like Cody Pixel when he's going on a proper rapcast?
You don't have to do exactly what he's doing. You just make your own casts, right? Just with the sign language.
Okay, I mean,
like the Juggernaut is spinning. Yeah, that'd be a fun one for sure. Would be a cool implementation.
Yeah, well, yeah, we'll have to see if that ever comes about here. As okay, Warwick could be able to get that water in the Avalanche to interrupt on the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit walking towards him, level 5 here. Look at the damage going out on Warwick here. Does he get himself back? There's not a lot of mana left. As Niku trying to do his best with that active Flame Guard coming through, not just a passive one. And yeah, Warwick taking a lot of damage, but he was out of mana on the Ember Spirit, so wasn't able to get the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains combo off to maybe potentially get that kill onto the Tiny.
It's actually hard animation-wise to know which is the activated Flame Guard and which is the just the passive one. They kind of look the same. You just need to click on the hero most of the times to understand.
Yeah, we'll see if they change that one up as here in the bottom lane. Riddy's going to go down again. Yanta this time gets the credit for the kill. And Juice, how is he doing on the Lifestealer? Not great. 21 last hits compared to the Sand King's 24. You compare it with the Boros going to come in now.
They're going
for
for
have
him.
Enough damage with the Acorn shot coming in here. Juice. I mean, what can you do, dude? He had the Unfettered and didn't pop it. Wasn't probably going to save him anyway.
Probably wouldn't have done anything. He's like, I don't want to give them any stick charges. The thing is, they don't have it, so just click your buttons. At least try, do your best. Either way, though, in terms of CS, Navi Jr. are doing better than in the previous game, right? So they're winning the mid lane, they're winning the top lane as well.
That's the thing as well, that it doesn't... Okay, the Acorn shot doesn't pierce debuff immunity, but this doesn't give you debuff immunity at all. So you still are open. You know, the magic resist, stats resist. It's physical damage that comes out on the Acorn shot.
The damage pierces it. The slow doesn't pierce the debuff immunity. So even if he had the rage, it doesn't change anything.
Okay. As top lane, looks like Nefrit. Well, he's going to be run down. That immediate pop on the Inkswell coming through. They're going to be able to get the kill off. He's been silenced up now as well. V-Tune will be able to get the credit for the kill. Once again, Nightpole starting off
Ember is
pretty
coming.
good on the front foot. And, well, we'll see what's going to see. V-Tune is low on mana. So, Niku running straight up to him now. Does he want to try and go for those Searing Chains? He does, but TP comes in from Warwick. The Sleight of Fist actually dodges off the Avalanche. We'll see if he's going to be able to dodge off the rest of the damage. And again, Sans coming out onto the Rubik. Niku, did he get the kill onto it? Until the end's going to go down.
No way.
We'll see what else he can get. Has got the juice once again. Going to respond, rotate in. V2 takes down Niku, though. And they're still hunting for Daze. Will he be able to get himself away? It is nighttime, so maybe just sneaks himself out in that nighttime vision. Lotus might be giving away Yanta. He actually sees the Lotus being taken away. Bottom lane here. Kami going to be run down as Riddies with the Blood Grenade coming through and the Dual Breath. TP for Kami. Anything to interrupt the damage. Is it enough? It's not. Kami will be able to get the TP away, so the Jakiro being able to put a big bully onto the Sand King.
What are Navi Jr. doing? I don't know. Niku, okay, he is at least gonna be protecting the Wisdom Rune. But Niku went to the top. He had level 6. He didn't leave no Remnant back, and he just died. After they killed the... and he also dodged the full Avalanche. So literally everything went his way, but he didn't set up for it properly. He didn't leave a Remnant back to be able to survive. It is just a repeat of the previous game. Even worse, though. Niku, you know, crushing the mid lane, coming to the top, and then just giving away his life without any apparent reason.
No, and Warwick just backs himself away here. He's level 6 now as well, so he's going to be able to stack up the bonus toss damage coming out on this Tiny. And yeah, you look at this one, Niku, he's having to match these rotations. Speaking about rotation, Smoke's going to come out between the Grimstroke and the Tiny. Looking for another big rotation here. No phase boots just yet for the Tiny, so he's just got the brown boot movement speed. But even still, with that Ink Swell to come out, if they get the lockdown, they might be able to see Nefrit now. Smoke breaks, do they want to go? Yep, Stroke of Fate into that Avalanche. Where's that toss? Point blank, gets the kill. Nefrit just straight up disappears. Man, this, just throw out an emergency patch. This crash landing needs a nerf.
They nerfed it. They did nerf it. Remember? It got nerfed in the previous ladder patch.
Well, it didn't get nerfed enough.
Yeah, okay, I agree. Kami? He's in trouble.
Being run down now. He's already used that burst strike as well. Sandstorm's not skilled up just yet. Toss will be here though. Was that the toss? Oh, it's going to be the toss onto the Sand King. Might just be able to get back into this one. Kami, he's still going to survive through this one. Reese does get the kill eventually. Niku though, does he have a remnant to jump himself away to? He doesn't have the mana to do it either. Toss comes in, they get the kill onto Niku and now got the juice. Trying to get himself away. The tree toss will be here, but Warwick, he's got that avalanche coming up in a couple of seconds. And again, well, that unfettered coming through. Janta is looking for the bushwhack. Won't connect and got the juice with those phase boots. Is pretty fast. And the Tiny still rocking the brown boots.
I would have been fine anyways if he got bushwhacked. There was
he stopped to farm. The acorn shot comes through. It cancels off the salve there as well. Juice is pretty darn low. They're going to be able to get the kill. Jakiro will disappear. Did that... No. I think he still took the damage from that.
No. He didn't take the damage from the toss. The bushwhack stops the toss. Yep.
I know the toss damage is only 300 magical. So just the initial, I guess. And not the actual crash down on it.
Bonus landing damage. Yeah, I guess that's how it should work. Or where do you see the toss damage? Is it just the Dota plus?
If you go in the death summary, he took 299 magical damage from the toss. So that initial damage coming through from the toss, they just didn't take the landing damage. Because it didn't land. He got bushwhacked.
Okay, there it is. Toss, yeah, you're right. 299. What a calculation. Yeah, interesting. But it seemed like he didn't take no damage from it.
Yeah, I think if he would have landed, it would have killed without the bushwhack being needed. But because he doesn't land, yeah.
Interesting. I thought it just completely stops the damage. Maybe, you know, amplifies the avalanche, doubles it when you're in the air, and that's about it.
As they're going to be able to get the Searing Chains onto Tiny Warwick. Big tanky boy, but Zanamana has that soaring if he needs to use it, which he will do now. Avalanche comes through. Yeah, Daze is going to try and get on top with the telekinesis. Can they get the kill onto Warwick now? The bushwhack, well, the tree gets eaten, so they will be able to get themselves away. Blood Grenade gets thrown out here. The stolen bushwhack as well. On to Hoodwink. Is he going to be killed by his own bushwhack here? Yanta playing close to that tier 1 tower. A lot of right clicks coming through, though. It looks like Yanta's going to go. No, the burst strike from Kami. Going to be able to get the kill onto Riddies, and the Fade Bolt. Well, Riddies will get the kill in the end from the grave. Kami, though, it's gonna be a good rotation. What was stolen?
No, he gave a stun and a level 4 stun to the Rubik. Okay, this is bad. Rubik, after getting that haste through, they crushed the fight. Came over, made sure the Tiny goes down. Then he stole the bushwhack. You get an extra kill because of it, and now he steals the burrow strike, level 4 burrow strike. Not something that we see too often, but Kami has been maxing that one out to make sure the lane goes well, and he's going for a blink. So Daze is a problem now, to be honest. This Rubik needs to die. Just smoke and kill him.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing close to the tier 1 tower here. We'll see if there is. It's only on half health, so a good... There's no Blink Dagger on the Tiny, it's just Phase Boost coming out for him. He's a waves away from that Blink Dagger here on Warwick. And yeah, 1-1-4 on the Tiny. He's had a good couple of assists with those crash landings, but this isn't what I'm used to seeing 11 minutes in. I would have thought he would have been 2 or 3 kills up by now on that Tiny, just not been able to get it off.
Yeah, he lost the mid lane. I guess that's that's the thing. And look at it, Navi Jr., if the Rubik is not going to get hunted, he's going to do the hunting. He has the best spell that you can have in this game. It's pretty much perfect. Rubik loves mobility and he loves a stun, and this is 2-in-1.
We'll see what they're going to do. Yanta's going to rotate in now as well. It looks like they're not going to be able to find anyone out. That Medusa up on the pool, in the little reflecting pool, just finding out the farm onto the neutrals here. Daze actually does seem to telekinesis. He's going to go for that TP. He's on the cliff, but no way to interrupt. And yeah, the Medusa just has to TP back down to the tier 1.
Imagine if the Rubik there got cheeky and just stopped the TP, went for a stun, and just left the Medusa there for a minute. It would have been huge, considering that this Medusa is so freakishly farmed. You need a way to slow her down, and it's just not happening. This is still perfect for Night Pulse, right? We talked about the Lifestealer later on, maybe slowing down the Medusa and saving his buddies in the ultra late game. You can do well versus her, but when it comes to timing, if the Medusa hits, it's a problem. Got the juice? This is the Unfettered coming into play.
Okay, a little bit of a different animation though. I actually never seen it. I mean, no one picks up Unfettered, so I'd never seen the animation before though as well. So
yep.
Looks like it's just a bit of a different color coming through.
It's purplish.
Yeah. They are going to give up the tier 1 tower in the mid though. This is going to be big for Navi.
Are they?
To be able to get that.
Night Pulse are coming.
Oh yeah, no, they are. They're moving over. Smoke. Ember's dropped to Remnant, but it's right underneath where they're going to get the gank out now. The Inkswell comes through, the Bushwhack, they get the kill. Yanta takes down Niku. Can they go for more? Are they going to try and trade this one off? Toss comes in, Riddies. He's going to be tossed at pawn, and the damage, he actually drops the Macropire, but it will still cost him his life, even inside of it. Yeah, until the end, he says, okay, if no one else wants to stand in the Macropire to get the kill, I guess I'll do it. Claims a kill onto Riddies.
Someone needs to explain to me how it's fair. Tiny uses the toss, Sand King uses the stinger, and Jakiro, which is a relatively tanky support, loses more than 60% of his HP.
Just two really good spells. What can you say? The Soulbind comes out. Do they want to try and go Acorn Shot? Good double Burrow Strike now as well. The Roar's going to be here, though. They get the kill onto the Rubik. Can they go for more into this one? Beastmaster's going to try and get himself ready to be silenced. Niku rotates himself in. Siren Chains do come through here. AD Rune pop by the side by Niku. Looks like everybody. Ice Path comes out onto Yanta. Yanta can get himself away. He's got that Bushwhack if he needs to throw it out. So Niku not going to get too overzealous here, trying to push out.
Night Pulse are coming back. Yeah, they're going to be going in.
Yeah, another Inkswell into that Burrow Strike coming out. Was that pop on the Inkswell? Going to be able to get the lockdown coming through. The right clicks. He's going to be able to go with the Siren, the Sleight of Fist. But it looks like with that Medusa chasing out now, Mystic Snake, does it disjoint? It doesn't. And Bichun gets the kill. Niku will fall once again, and the chase once again with the Sharpshooter. Actually whistles past the Jakiro's face there, as he do get the kill onto him eventually, but that Sharpshooter not going to connect, which would have been a bit of a quicker kill.
This is a catastrophe, right? This game is shaping up to be even worse than the previous one, because ever since Kami got this Blink Dagger, they've been making so many plays. Even with the stolen Burrow Strike, the Rubik did absolutely nothing, and Navi Jr. are looking helpless. Their win probability is 9%, and I think that's actually fair, because with the Medusa this far ahead versus this type of a lineup, you don't have ways to slow her down. You need to get first your core items, which none of them deal with the Medusa. There's quite a lot of them. That's going to be done maybe 20, 22, 3 minutes into the game, and then you can start thinking, how do I counter that? This Medusa, at that point, he's already taking everything.
Yeah, you see the Manta style out. He wants to go straight for that the Diff Blade into the I always forget the name of the second level on the Diff Blade.
Disperser.
Disperser. Yeah, I miss when it was just Diff Blade level 2. Bring that back.
Dude, just do your job. Learn the names.
I mean, I do. I know. It's just one of them. When I try and get it, it's at the front of my head, but I just can't actually pull it out and get the name there.
Yep. NF. That's gonna be the grade that we get if we don't know all of them. I'm having a hard time learning all the facet names. So, if I was still in school, I'd just open a book and in 2-3 days I'd have them all. But we've gotten lazy, Rob.
Well, that's one of the things, right? You don't need to know the names, you just need to know what they do. And I need to know the names and not what they do, because you're the analyst, you're the one with the intelligence, the information. I just say what's happening.
Sure. But then next series, I'm going to be the play-by-play, so I need to know both. So, tough luck. And,
make Kips do it.
Okay, they're coming for destruction. I think Night Pulse are going to be there in time. This is already
they get the kill onto the Rubik. Early warning system will be down. They're going to be able to make a move into this Roach pit.
Faster!
Can he get it in time? Oh, it does get claimed. Nefrit gets it. Is he going to lose it immediately? Was the Avalanche anything? No. They don't get the cancel off. Nefrit gets the TP away. Got Juice on the back line, so he's going to be able to get the TP out as well.
Nice disengage. This actually does buy you a lot of time if you're Navi Jr. For the next 5 minutes, at least you know that Night Pulse are not going to be knocking on the high ground, and even taking down tier 2s is going to be more dangerous. And I'm speaking about tier 2s. They have barely taken one tier 1 at the moment.
Yeah, this is maybe a weakness of the draft to the side of Nightpulse. They don't really have any tower hitters. The Tiny with the tree grab is it's okay. You know, you get the extras on that, but for the most part, you don't have that Bat Rider that does the extra damage anymore. You don't have the V-Tune that just likes to sit and knock towers down until that Medusa gets involved. And even the Medusa, not really the best tower taker.
No, but you know what, Nightpulse, they're gonna be focusing on killing heroes. That's just what their lineup does. They do have two blink daggers with the Grimstroke and Sharpshooter. And why would you even focus on the towers that much? Even the Medusa going for the Diffusal Blade is showing that they want to fight, they want to kill.
Yeah, and we'll see where they want to go with this one as they push down. And again, you think they're acting like they're the ones with the Aegis here on their team. No, they're not getting shy about pushing into the Radiant side of the map.
Now, why wouldn't they? I mean, they're 10 times stronger. The Medusa is basically a hero with an Aegis. You can't die, not once, twice. It doesn't really matter. You stand your ground, and if your teammates are around you and Navi Jr. try anything funny, they're all going to die.
Yeah, the Mantis Style Diff Blade is up now as well for the Medusa, going towards the gold for the Eagle Song into the Disperser. The Burst Strike, they kill off Daze. Daze getting caught out, and Nefrit, he just pulls the Ripcord. He's just going to go for the TPOA. He says, yeah, that's your problem here, mate. As the toss comes in, they do have the double toss coming through. Thanks to the Soulbind now as well. They pop that Aegis super quickly. Do they have the Lockdown chase in with the Stone Gaze as well? Now V-Tune trying to do what they can. The Macropire is going to be dropped, but the V-Tune just stands himself inside of it. They get the kill into Got the Juice now as well. Nefrit gets a roar off, but he will fall next. It looks like trying to do the damage to Warwick. Warwick's going to try and run himself away from them, and he's going to live through it just at the very end as V-Tune gets the kill onto even rubbing it in Nefrit's face. Takes down Nefrit's courier with the Blink Dagger on it.
It's way too easy. That's just the case. Navi Jr., they had the Aegis and they thought that they could fight. In this kind of scenario, you just split the map. You don't even have the Radiance and the Light Slitter. He's useless and Daze is dead.
Stiff Blade slows him down to a crawl, even though he was floating. And yeah, he just got ripped apart.
It's so easy, man. It's just looking so easy for Nightpulse. They're looking a class above Navi Jr. Nightpulse are one of those teams when they're better than you, they really crush you. There are teams that would have a harder time with Navi Jr. that maybe Nightpulse would even lose to, but Navi Jr. are just... And Nightpulse are a counter to them. Navi Jr. always play a bit more to late game. Sure, I know that you should focus a bit more on your early game. You cannot be a Dota team without having every part of the game at least somewhat okay. But this is literally their worst nightmare.
Yeah, and we'll see how they want to try and play it. Navi Jr. to get themselves back in, but they will be losing that tier 2 tower on the bottom. Just the Medusa stepping up, not even popping that Mantis Style, just the hero itself here, being able to put the pressure onto it. Meanwhile, you see the rotations coming through from the rest of Nightpulse, looking to make a jump in happen. And Jakiro going to be the one playing closest to, so we'll see if that's who they pick out. In fact, the ward goes down. They don't see anyone, so they're just going to back up a little bit here, Nightpulse. Not maybe wanting to overextend when maybe Navi Jr. hitting some power
They're
points.
defending top. They know where Nefrit is.
Roll comes out. Was the Lotus in time? It was, and now, well, they're going to be able to go. Sharpshooter will connect this time onto the Beastmaster. Beastmaster, with that Sandstorm still going, he's got a lot of life thanks to those drums of slums, but it looks like he might finally fall. They do get the kill onto Kami, though, which is going to be nice. In fact, the answer is going to get awful low. Acorn Shot slows him down once again, bounces right back to him. He's going to be silenced off now as well. Can Daze get himself away? Steals that Borrow Strike with the Fade Bolt. Will be able to get the kill, and now the TP away. No Inkswell to interrupt. Oh, there is going to be just that instant onto that one as V-Tune gets a kill onto Niku on the other side of the map. But we'll see the fight of the supports here. The Burst Strike comes through once again. And what did he steal on the Rubik? He stole the Inkswell. Daze, he takes down 3. He gets a triple kill.
Get outplayed, bros. Beautifully done by Daze. That's beautifully done. The problem is that your Ember dies on the other side of the map, and now he gets hunted down on Rubik as well, because V-Tune is too freakishly strong. So the difference is just so high that it is a problem. But that just goes to show that Navi Jr., they've got a shot, right? If the Medusa isn't part of the fight, that's a lot of net worth that is not going to be there. And you still have heroes that do a decent amount of damage, and also quite a lot of good spells to steal from the Rubik. Daze, I mean, playing it beautifully. It's probably not going to change the outcome of the game, but it is gonna make us go wow.
Yeah, no, that's the game plan for Navi Jr., right? Send all 4 heroes, apart from the Rubik, to fight up against V-Tune, keep him busy, while the Rubik just 1v4s the Nightpulse side and wins, it looks like.
Exactly.
That was some good plays coming out.
Sure. And that's with the Lotus Orb returning the roar, right? Imagine if that hadn't happened, the Sand King would have died a lot earlier, but of course it just wasn't possible for the Beastmaster not to roar him there. You have to do it, because otherwise you might just go down yourself to a epicenter. And Sand King, he started it with the burrow strike, so he's the one that has the advantage to just use it right after the stun.
Yeah, and we see here the Tiny, with the Medusa putting pressure onto another tier 2 tower. The Sand King, though, could be in a little bit of danger. Seeing Chains comes through, he's got that Lotus Sword, will be able to move himself away on the Sand King. And yeah, bit of a different build this time. Going to go into the Veil, into that Shiva's, no Bloodstone for the Sand King. So, I mean, he doesn't really need it. He's purely on about getting the spells off, getting the damage, and then letting the rest of the team run down. So yeah, doesn't need to go for that big Bloodstone, you know, big gold investment here. He's happy to be the initiator.
Oh, Rubik stole. Nice, nice. He doesn't allow the Tormentor to get stolen. He just uses the Fate Bolt. Very nicely done. He placed the ward there. Daze beautifully done. He is playing godly Dota.
Yeah, he's stepped it up. Maybe trying to drag his teammates behind him up that staircase that I was talking about. But it's a little bit heavy for them, you know, having 4 people in a backpack trying to carry them up a set of stairs. So we'll see if Daze is going to be able to
That's
continue
why he
playing
uses
at this
his
level.
mind. He's a Rubik, man. He's going to telekinesis them.
Well, speaking about using your mind here, there's going to be the TP away from Riddy's. Riddy's using his mind to get away from that one after the Burrow Strike. Was already using Cammy. Didn't want to commit the epicenter to get the kill. So the Jakiro will be able to get that TP away. Hoodwink could be in a little bit of danger. As a Beastmaster, does he go left? Does he go right? Roar comes out. He goes right this time. And it's going to be right on the money for Nefrit to get that kill on Tianta.
Yeah, just get away because V-Tune is coming. Yep. Somebody else is coming as well.
Nefrit, he tried to go for the TP out. It was cute, but it was way too far into enemy territory. They see Warwick and V-Tune come in. They pincer him down. Getting the kill now. Yeah, Niku. Can they get that blink into the Burrow Strike here? Niku back behind the tier 2.
Oh, that's nice. Navi Jr., they stopped the bleeding. They even reduced the gold lead a bit. Their towers are still falling, so that's a bummer. But Lysealer finally with the Radiance, he's getting some farm. Win probability not looking good, however.
No, Jump comes in, Avalanche here onto the Rubik Daze. He's going to be inside that Stolen Sandstorm, though, trying to keep himself alive. As, yeah, the fortification is going to come out. We'll see what they want to try and do here. What was stolen? It could be the Avalanche for the Rubik. Some Medusa Illusions. Just keep on pressuring this tier 3, just a little bit.
Oh, Ember is trying to cut the waves and does so successfully. Nicely done. Creeps die. He survives. That's beautiful. Navi Jr. This is what they're good at, right? Splitting the map, getting into the later portions of the game. Well, it's not great for them that the Medusa is this farmed, and you need a lot of time to actually get to a point where either of your heroes can really do anything against him, but it's looking decent.
Yeah, you look at it, V-Tune with the Manta Style, the Disperser, as well as the Kyrie, now going to be a Sanjin Kyrie and about another 200 gold, and then you look at the Lifestealer who's got the Radiance. You know, he's 2 items, not even an item behind the Medusa. He is 2 items behind, it looks like here, this Lifestealer. He's going to have the gold towards the Sanjin Kaya, excuse me, the Sanjin Yasha in about 1,000 gold, but that's still a ways away compared to the Medusa completed onto the Sanjin Kaya.
You get that, then you get the Aghanim Scepter, and then you are at least able to prevent the Medusa from doing massive amounts of damage. That's the approach. I really like this build from V-Tune. It's interesting. It's innovative with the Sanjin Kaya. Quite cool.
Yeah, and we'll see if it is going to be paying off for him, you know, sometime soon. He's going to be able to steal another, what's that, double stack here from the Ancients, away from the side of Navi Jr. Meanwhile, Got the Juice is just, he's playing it safe. He's looking for the farm, but in his terms of playing it safe, he TPs himself to the top lane, where the Medusa and H2O are waiting. And Roshan is up, so Nightpulse might just go back for this one.
Are Navi Jr. gonna try to steal the Tormentor? With the 2 heroes, they can't do it. But Beastmaster is pretty decent at it. They needed a 3rd one to allow the Rubik to share the damage there with the Beastmaster. But they do get the tower, which is nice. Of course, we'll be losing the Roche. Last time, Navi Jr. got the Roche. It stopped any kind of push from Nightpulse. I think now when they get the Sagas, they shove out the waves and they go high ground.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the Sage's Cheese, is this just a case of, you know, marching down this top lane, going towards the tier, because they've opened up the tier 3 in the mid lane here too, or the tier 2 tower remains onto that bottom lane, or do you rotate through and take that twin gate? Yeah, you take the last tier 2?
Yep, you take the last tier 2 and you go high ground. That's what you do. It's also... It's gonna be very hard to cut the waves on the bottom lane. That's also a thing, though. I think Nightpulse in this scenario, they would prefer to have the banner over the cheese, which seems funny to say, but it just is the case, because there is still good potential to cut the waves and to kill the creep wave once it does get to the base of Navi Jr.
Yeah, well, okay, we'll see how they want to play this. So it looks like they actually do push in this top lane, just using the Hoodwink as well as the Tiny to push the mid back out, it feels like. But are they actually looking over to Riddies. Riddies might be able to get himself away. It's going to be Glimmer Cape now. They have the sentry wards down, so the chase comes in. Vichu wants to get on top of him. Going to be so fast with that disperser. Now the Inkswell just on the barrier. The right click for Vichu and the chase down from the Snake Lady. More than enough to get the kill, and that's going to be the death of the Jakiro again.
And they found the lifestealer in the mid lane.
Yeah. Or have they found that Tiny in the mid lane here as the Roar comes out? He's not going to be able to get it off. He was stun locked.
Dude, he had cheese and the shield rune, and he still died without getting any of those off. It pretty much makes you unkillable. But there's another unkillable guy in your base, unfortunately, that you can't do much about.
Medusa coming in, the Avalanche that was stolen by the Rubik will be here, but he's going to be able to put the pressure onto this tier 3 tower with the Aegis as well. Telekinesis trying to force him back from this tier 3, but a couple more right clicks will be able to take that one down. Yeah, Vichu loads over on top of him there as well, just to help protect him out. Sending in the illusions from the Medusa, just try and keep this creep wave pinned to the base. It's not a lot of building damage from the illusions, but it does really push back the creeps.
It pretty much does kill them. He doesn't get the extra gold for them, but they're gonna be dying from the creep wave anyways. You're just buying time for your Tiny to come back, and then the real push will come. But the Medusa did lose half of her mana, and you don't really have much to heal her up. So the poke of Navi Jr. is still there. Going high ground is not gonna be easy for Nightpulse, or at least not as easy as they would like it to be.
Yeah, no mana boots here for the V-Tune either. Does anyone have mana boots? Oh, Hoodwink has Greaves. Okay, so that's kind of like a big save to come out. V-Tune, he arcane boots on the Grimstroke here as well, yeah, so going to be able to commit those onto the Medusa if needed. It's going to be the Orchid out for the Medusa now as well.
Some extra mana regen. It's actually quite nice. So
well, I imagine this deals with the Radiance on the lifesteal as well when you upgrade it to the Bloodthorn. Even if I mean, it's going to be a ways away from that Bloodthorn as well.
Yep, you use Disperser, Orchid, or the Bloodthorn, and the Manta, and you just demolish somebody. Him having the Nemesis Curse also does help their case.
Yeah, and it's not like the Lifestealer is going to go back for the BKB now, but it's going to be a ways away. It's not like he has that BKB up already, or a Manta style, something like that. So if he doesn't get the Unfettered off before he gets Orchided, he is going to be in full damage and full range of this Medusa.
I don't know, man. If it's fine for him to go for that one, Aghanim Scepter just seems better. I understand with the Orchid being there and the Phantom's Embrace, but you have to take some risks.
Yeah. Riddy's going to try and do it. Kind of Ice Path comes out, but the Medusa just dodges it. And again, onto this tier 3. A little bit of a longer take on the buildings, but they're going to be able to get the Avatars coming through onto this. And look at the damage already onto Juicy. TP's in. Loses half his health. Raw on the back lines, though. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage out. Gets a kill onto H2O. Yanta's going to fall. He's on Nefrit on the double kill. He's got that BKB going. He's going to be able to get the kill onto Kami now as well. The Stormgate's not going to be able to do enough. And V-Tune, well, what can he do? Warwick, he's going to be able to get that toss up here. The right is coming through. Medusa Telekinesis comes out for V-Tune. V-Tune, he's trying to fight around this one. You get the buybacks from the two supports as well. Nefrit, he's going to go down in revenge. V-Tune gets the credit for the kill. Can he chase here? Ready to try and get himself away. Niku now as well. Avalanche connects onto the Lifesteal. Lifesteal going to be tossed back. Can he get himself out? Juice, no. He is going to go down. They both have buybacks though. Lifesteal is going to commit his. Warwick's going to be getting fairly down low. Can he get himself away from the danger here as Niku? Adam Mana won't be able to commit and chase here. Riddies though. Glimmer Cape comes out. It barely keeps him alive.
They can't do anything to the Medusa. That's the case. They need her to be alone. This is why the buybacks came out on Nightpulse. They understood our Medusa is unkillable, but if she's surrounded by 5 heroes, they'll kite her and eventually he's going to die. So they buy back, and now you don't have Roar, you don't have your spells. You can see that the Beastmaster isn't really buying back without his Roar, or the BKB is useless.
Look at this damage, man. I'm 50 gold away from the full Bloodthorn on the Medusa. He already bought up, sent his career to the side shop, secret shop, to get out this the Hyperstone. Just taking the building, take a creep, taking anything here. Well, what it's going to take is the assist up against Niku. That is going to be the gold here. He's not going to be buying out just yet as he looks to fight this one out. There's good the Macropie, but a good double burst strike comes through. The Soulbind, it rebinds to Niku as well, and Niku, he just bought back. If he goes down again, I mean, the Lifestealer goes down again, he's going to be the only one left alive. Your two supports, well, one of them has buyback as well. Niku, though, taking so much right click, trying to get this kill onto Warwick, but Warwick, he survived through, and now the BKB TP out. So close. Roar comes out, and Warwick will go down here, Nefrit, but that's all he's got in the bag. Buyback from the Jakiro as well. They're going to lose another lane of racks. It's V-Tune. He just carries on going. 5 seconds left on this Aegis. He's not bothered about this one. The burst strike. They get the kill onto Riddies. 31 minutes into the game. I think Nightpulse, they've completely taken over this one. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here. This Beastmaster, as well as the Emissary, the two left alive.
He did cancel the heal there on the Medusa, so he doesn't get all of his mana back. And they get this tower. Tiny comes in one hit. Yeah. Bang. Okay,
so it looks like No backdoor protection for tier 3 either, because that mid lane is pushed in. So the creeps, they're taking that barrier down here as VTune just continues on this building. You've got the tree on Warwick here as well. Does Warwick have a shard? He doesn't, so he's limited to the tree damage that he can do. But the tree damage that he does do, it is a big impact to have, and this tier 3 tower is going to go down. No way to stop
roar
it.
For 10. No roar for 10, but he's getting closer to the refresher. Yeah, not close enough. You're just going to be playing versus Megas from what it seems.
Yeah, they're looking for the big wraparound with the smoke. Like you say, that roar is going to be here. You might be able to get the blink in. The two supports on the side of Nightpulse did already buy back, jump in, back lines. They get the kill on till the end. But Kami, is he revealed by the dust? It looks like he might be inside this
Lifestealer already
and
dead.
there for it once again. The damage coming through. Stone Gaze will be popped. And you aren't going to be able to stand up to this one. Kami's still living here. Gets a kill onto Daze. Niku trying to get himself away. But yeah, like I say, no lifesteal. There's no buyback on the lifestealer either. Niku, he's going to be the next one to fall. Or is he back to the fountain? This looks like Nightpulse. They just want to go for the Megas.
And Navi Jr. just enjoying their last seconds in this tournament, because there's absolutely no way you're winning this one. The Medusa is way too farmed. Your lifestealer has 12,000 net worth. The Medusa has 28. So, you know, we're getting to a point where the Medusa might triple the net worth of the lifestealer. That's too much.
Yeah, I don't think the game's going to go long enough here to get the triple out, but if it was another like 5-10 minutes in the game, the GG gets called, Reddies, they're going to give it up, and Navi Jr. will be knocked out here. Nightpulse moving through to face up against Team T.
Yeah, very nice performance coming out from Nightpulse. Navi Jr., they really didn't stand the chance. This game was a bit longer than the previous one, but I think even 15 minutes ago, we knew who the winner was going to be. It's just that Navi Jr., they got the Aegis, and without it, Nightpulse didn't feel comfortable going to the high ground. Also, very good understanding of what they need to do. Navi Jr., even though they have a good read of them needing to get into the backlines, Nightpulse, they save their buybacks on the supports in a high ground push, and the second that they die, they come back to assist the Medusa to end the game.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Navi Jr. having that better late game, but were never allowed to get to it as Nightpulse. They rocked it from the laning stage here in both these games in this best of 3. So they will be moving through clean in a 2 games out of the 3. And Navi Jr. unfortunately will be dropping out, but it's not over for them. There is going to be one more European League to come, so they have the chance to come through in a few weeks down the line. But for now, focusing on the present, Nightpulse will be moving through. We have one more best of 3 to come, but first we are going to take a break, so we'll see you right after this.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And welcome back, everybody. We had a super long break, and now we are back with Regional Dota 2 series. We are still in Europe. Today, tomorrow, and the day afterwards is when this tournament will end, and we're going to be getting to the fourth round, the final round before the LAN. I'm Harry, joining me is Skips, and we're going to be taking you through the final best of 3 of the day to find out our fourth semi-finalist. Skips, glad to have you here. How are you feeling on this fine day?
Yeah, happy to be back in. Happy to have taken a break and watched maybe cheated on this tournament a little bit. Maybe watched some other Dota here and there. You know, but just looking. Okay, just looking. That's fine, right?
Sure. Whatever you say. I'm gonna assume that's how we're gonna be living here. But anyways, let's focus on the game at hand, right? If you don't rebound, Kips, that's gonna be fine. One move versus Namiga. How does this matchup look to you?
I mean, I very much favor the team from the heavier group every single time. And in this case, that was definitely Group B. That was an absolute all-out brawl, I want to say, with the scores ending up being decently far apart. But you can see there with the 5-4-4 in the middle that Namiga only just about squeezed out of the group. Nightshade took a couple of important games off of big teams. Monte underperformed almost, but they were really dangerous in the games that they did get to play well. So Namiga, having brawled and battled their way here through a group that was much heavier than maybe even people expected, I would definitely favor them here over a team that came from a group that was a little less contested.
That I would usually agree with you, but in this situation, Namiga for me haven't been looking the greatest. And one move, they have a stand-in with which they've been playing this in some other tournament as well, which is Squadix. And Squadix coming in instead of Ethereal, who was arguably, you know, the weak link of one move. It is gonna be a problem. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at Namiga's roster, then hopefully we're gonna be coming back to one move. But Namiga, Low Skill, Nikki Cool, Mixa, Jesvi, and Force Major are gonna be playing it there for them. As look at Mixa, look at my boy, how mad he is. He looks into your eyes and you get frozen, right?
This is, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Hitman, and I think that if you put him in a suit with like a red tie, he could do a very decent impression.
Yeah, actually, you're right. He would just need to shave off the hair, but you know, at some point that's bound to be coming, right? It has to be the case. So he's
unfortunately.
Yeah, he's gonna be pretty strong. But yeah, one move. On the other hand, as I mentioned, you have a lineup consisting of some very well-known players and then Squadix joining in on the fray. For me, Dr. Bum has been a bit of a disappointment because he's very hit or miss, and a lot of the times where I watched him lately, he has been missing a bit, but overall, I think if One Move play their best Dota, that Namiga are gonna get destroyed. That's how I'm standing in this one.
Let's see, because I did have the pleasure of casting Dr. Bum for a match as well, and he seemed to be the kind of guy that was very hit or miss to me as well. Like when he was a hit, he was clearly a hit, very aggressive, kept up in plays with Suneko in the match that I casted for a while, but then he definitely also had his lesser moments. So I'm curious to see as well. These kinds of players, sometimes they stay hit or miss, or sometimes they use the hits to carefully calibrate where they should be going, and then they actually get better very fast. So let's see which one of those two categories we are talking about. I would hope for a man with the name of Dr. Bum to become a big deal, because that's fantastic. I always root for the people with the good names.
He'd probably switch it to just Bum later on, or if he's very, very good, then Doctor, but that would be a little bit too self-centered, I guess. So yeah, and it is going to be his hero most likely that is going to be picked up first. There is a Hoodwink, makes it through. There's just so many heroes now, Kips, that are contested in the first phase that you can't even, you don't even know what people want to get, and the response is a Jakiro.
Exactly. I mean, I was gonna bring up the Jakiro immediately, as like Jakiro usually makes it through pretty much 100% pick rate everywhere, just because there's so many other bans that have higher priority. I gotta point out here though that giving Batrider a higher priority ban is a little interesting to me, because I think even for the teams that really prefer playing Batrider, he just hasn't looked that good.
Yeah, we had a really good Batrider in the previous series, right? So, but you would want to say that Night Bulls were coming in as the heavy favorites versus Navi Junior, so pretty much whatever they would have picked probably would have worked out. But people are starting to play some mid-bat as well, and with the Blood Grenade, it's really changing a lot of matchups. So I'm torn on the hero still, but I understand what you mean. Like a week ago, Batrider was pretty much not even contested. Now there are teams that do favor him quite a lot. Do you think Namiga do pick up a Rubik here? Because they either ban it or pick it. You know, even into a Hoodwink, you're unsure if the enemies will get it, and as a Jakiro, you don't want to play versus that.
Yeah, you don't. I think you can get away with not banning the Rubik here, because what happens if One Move does go for the Rubik is they have a very reactionary support duo, and there are certain lineups that can make use of that, especially if you can kill off the supports first instead of waiting for the cores to engage and then having the supports shoot at you from the shadows. But Mika clearly thinking about it here as well. Other big names that you might want to take out.
Beastmaster, Brewmaster. There's just so many. Yeah. There's so many.
It's an entire laundry list, isn't it? Like there's cores to be thinking about. Troll, Ursa. You'd be thinking about Ember Spirit. Sven. Yep.
And he's so strong. I've seen him like level
Pango.
15. You have 300 damage. Pango has been dodged by a lot of the teams lately. There are some teams that do pick it up, but most of the times when I saw the Pango, it didn't look too well. So they will ban out the Ember. Now we'll see if the Rubik will be contested by either of the teams, or is it just gonna be completely forgotten with the Hoodwink being picked up first and then Jakiro on the other side. This is one of those games where the Rubik might actually get ignored.
It might slip through, yes. And for Namiga, okay. That is definitely even more AoE magical damage. If I was One Move right now, I would definitely start thinking about getting myself a good pipe builder on my lineup. That is going to do so much to nullify the influence of both of these supports.
That would be quite good. I like it. You know what the problem is? A lot of the offlaner pipe builders kind of suck versus the Jakiro. Right, because they're usually slow heroes. He slows them down even more and becomes a problem. So they're gonna get the gyro. I think this is gonna be a carry just in in a sense of dealing with the egg. He's actually quite good. You pop the BKB, you pop the flat cannon, and you stand your ground. You even protect the entirety of your team, do a ton of damage. So I like this. This is actually a good pick. Plus, low skill is a big gyro player himself, so it's somewhat of a deny as well.
5 seconds remaining.
It is just a little bit. And then presumably you finish off your supports here. Well, what I've been thinking, like, okay, I need to bring up the Sven every time I can because it's a flex hero and the shield is phenomenal. But actually, there's only magic damage up on Namiga right now, so I would not be advising that pick whatsoever.
What about something like Clockwork? I mean, he has definitely lost his popularity a bit lately, but wouldn't mind it, and they do go for it.
Points to you.
Yep.
No, that's going to be fantastic at hunting down these supports. Protect your gyro. I mean, it's a classic lane at this point, isn't it? Gyro, clock.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, both of them very wonky technology, but it works, right? The little helicopter and what the hell this suit is. Whenever he goes for the jetpack, I'm like, he's gonna drop dead from the sky. But yeah, just not how Dota works. Overall, very strong lane for one move, right? You're now protected from something like a Primal Beast. That's definitely not gonna be picked up. And there's the Sven being picked up on Amiga. That is... It's so good versus these heroes of one move. Clockwork does help you a bit, but just a tiny bit. When you pop the BKB, you go through the expanded armature, you know, like this, and it's fine. So is this maybe one of those games where we see a Clockwork with the other facet, with the hookshot facet, or is that just something that nobody's gonna get?
I think nobody's gonna get it because that is, it feels like... How do I say this? If you take that, it sounds like you're admitting that you can't hit any hook shots. And nobody wants to actually do that, right? Nobody wants to be like, oh, I'm going to use this thing that could be even misconstrued sort of like a crutch. They don't even want to go near it. So no, I don't think it's going to happen, and not for any logical reasons.
Okay. You know, the cooldown refund is now 75%, so it's...
I mean, it's really good, but...
Yep, and it would be better to control a BKB Sven, because through the expanded armature, you just walk through it when you have a BKB, unfortunately. I'm a big fan of the Sven, especially versus the gyro. He does 300 damage per hit. I don't know how that's fair, and I don't really see LC as a big Sven counter. It's solid versus the Phoenix and the Jakiro, also good versus the Beastmaster as well. Buffs the gyro, saves him from the roar, so you know, it is nice in that regard. But I'm not sure I love this hero overall.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the all damage barrier from the Stone Hall Plate is going to do a decent amount of work in a game versus a Beastmaster and a Sven, right? There's going to be damage flying all around. If you do get that extra barrier up, that's going to be a big help to your team. And of course, you have two fantastic dual targets in this game with the Phoenix as well as the Jakiro. Keeping either of them out of the fight, very handy. You're going to most likely be good at killing them as well. I mean, I say that. Of course, you are mostly physical damage based. The Sven's armor is going to provide a bit of trouble for you as well.
I'm surprised about this Coddle ban. I was thinking one move they might want to think about the Coddle themselves. And you know, you have a Clockwork, Hoodwink, LC. You're not really that bad at catching him. I know that Nicky Cool does play it, but then again, Squadix can do so as well. So I'm very taken back by that by the ban. But I guess Namiga have the last pick, one move. They probably didn't want to get it because then it would probably get countered in the mid lane, so they just get rid of it. It's a safer choice.
I guess it is, yeah. I mean, I like that you bring in the fact of the missed possibility of synergies here, especially LC Kotl used to be a big thing, right? But so used to be Kotl Beastmaster, so I'm guessing that's what they're dodging here. And Nicky Cool has been leaning very heavily on the Kotl, especially in the matches that mattered. It seems to be one of those classics that Namiga lean on whenever they don't know exactly what they're gonna do.
So I want to see what one move have been playing recently. I have cast a couple of their games and they've looked amazing. So they played some Pango. That's a hero that is left in the pool. In the mid lane, that is a Squadix hero. He played some Batrider, that's banned out as well. Ember banned out as well. He played a Huskar and they have a last pick, so maybe if he sees an opportunity he might go for it, but it didn't go too well for him. They did play I think that was a Wind Ranger, right? That is a Squad X hero. Doesn't really look like a good Wind Ranger game.
Versus Sven? Not really.
Nope. He doesn't have any heroes. He's gonna have to show us something new here. Puck, I guess. Puck is a good one, right? If you look at this game, it's a solid Puck game.
Solid. I'm even gonna go one step further and say that it's a great Puck game so far. On the Amiga, they will have to get something specifically to deal with it. Otherwise, every single stun that could possibly harm a Puck is dodgeable. The only thing that you, of course, have to be careful for is once you face it, you do need to be able to get out from under the ice path, but that's it.
Yeah, they go for the Void Spirit, so it's... I know that you're a Void Spirit hater. You
patented.
Yeah. Okay, so why so? Is there any redeeming qualities for him in this game?
I mean, he benefits from the same thing as the Puck, right? It is going to be extremely hard to catch him and lock him down here, but a Puck is much better at using that in order to empty out his entire mana pool and change that into damage during long team fights. Whereas a Void Spirit, with the 2 step charges and the cooldowns that he has, is generally more limited in his damage output. You are a burst hero that doesn't burst until you get a lot of stats and extra items up, which I do not favor. And the Amiga are gonna just straight up bring the damage to your face. This is gonna be a rough mid lane for Squad X.
I love this. You know, the thing is, Resonant Pulse, it used to be physical damage, it still is, but with the facet that everybody goes for, the Sanctuary, it actually becomes an all damage barrier. Then you bring in the Slaughter, who does not care about that change, doesn't change much, because Namiga, at the start, you said, well, they're mostly magical damage because they picked the Phoenix and they Jakiro. But the next 3 guys are just going to be smashing your face in. And a mid lane Slaughter is nothing to scoff at, really. In this game, it's going to be a problem. I actually love this last pick for an Amiga.
Yeah, they're going to have several initiators. They can choose whether they're going to focus fire heroes down or if they're going to chop down heroes separately. You have the Sunray as well to back all of this up, which is something that I do really love in a game with, for example, a Slaughter in it. He's going to want a little extra help sometimes to win the man fights that he is going to undoubtedly go for. So yeah, that it looks like a well-rounded lineup here. And one move, as much as I am impressed by the results that you say that they've been getting, I gotta say the 2 cores that they pick at the end here are not heroes that I personally have a lot of faith in.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, for me, especially the DLC, I'm a little bit more of a Void Spirit fanboy than maybe I should be, because the hero hasn't had much success lately. But we'll find out. I think we're both leaning in Amiga here, but of course, when we get into the game, that's when we're gonna be seeing what these 2 teams are made of. And still, the QR code is here, like it has been for the entire season. If you still haven't done it, still haven't gotten the 1xBet app, now is the time to do it. Odds, that even, I don't think those are right. Okay, now they're right, because it would be very nice if it was 222 odds for both of the teams.
Yeah, and the odds are ever in your favor, it seems.
Yeah, sure. I think in a movie from where that comes from, one guy lives, right? In each of the fight. That's all good.
The men do be dying. I mean,
girls do be dying as well in that movie.
Yeah, a lot of people die in general.
Yeah, that's and a lot of people cheering. It kind of reminds me of Dota, right? Everybody dies, and we're like, yeah, just get him, bushwhack. The cogs push him back, and then kill the dragon, cut off his 2 heads. That's what we want. Yeah, we're the same assholes as the guys in that movie, Kips. Just what happens.
Yeah, display them on your victory chariot. All right, I'm actually going to nip out and restart my Dota client. I've been having this weird bug where I can move the camera only to the side and down and not up or to the left with my mouse.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, that's a very specific weird bug.
That is really specific, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine like how that looks code-wise, as Slaughter did steal a rune, so it's gonna be 3 runes for an Amiga. First blood for 1 move, making it somewhat even, I would guess, right? Do you have a preference, first blood or the runes?
Really depends. Like First Blood is better if it's on mid or on a hero that is going to make a difference with, for example, fast boots or something like that.
Mid got it, so I guess.
Yeah.
I guess that comes down to it. What about the lanes? We usually talk about those at the start. So we got the gyro and the clockwork. That sounds like a pretty strong lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Classic here, and this is a Beastmaster as well, usually a little pressured in the lane. I think the real big deal for a Beastmaster these days is that you need to at least make sure that the enemy duo doesn't get out of control. Because the real big deal starts happening if your enemy has such a good lane that afterwards they're going to come in, mess with your tower, mess with your stacks. That's where you've really lost control of the lane. So Mixa doesn't mind if he ends up on the lower side of the CS here, as long as the opposing gyrocopter doesn't run away with this game.
Makes sense, right? That's why we might see Squadix come over. Dr. Bum is in some trouble. Force Majeure is in trouble as well. And the heals, it's not going to be enough. Force Majeure actually does get the kill. He's going to go down after that. Didn't hit level 2 to get the Icarus dive and run away after the kill. But still, you're going to be happy as a Phoenix.
Absolutely, yes. Getting your Sven more one-on-one time in that melee matchup, you getting away with the EXP there, that's a fantastic start. And I kind of didn't even mention the Fire Spirits here as well, but that is going to be such a huge boon in the laning matchup for your Sven versus the LC.
At least you have pressed the attack on Triple S, but that's why you have 4 Fire Spirits. You can purge 1, but obviously not all 4 of them. Looking at the CS, and despite the first blood of the Void Spirit, he is struggling. Okay, it is a wave that's coming to his tower, so that should change fairly soon.
Should change, yes, but his damage output is not going to scale as hard as the Slardar's regen is here, which is a problem. Once this lane hits level 6, I don't think Squadix can get into any trades with the Slardar anymore at all.
Yeah, that's where you rely on rotations, maybe even earlier. I mean, you talked about the bottom lane and Mixa. I think Squadix is probably going to be trying to rotate there quite a lot. This is what I've seen from him. Usually he does pick up heroes that are not that great in terms of laning, and then with rotations he makes up for it.
Which is, well, that's a fragile kind of gameplay on the Void Spirit, if I do say so myself. You only get 2 steps. Usually you want only 1 step to get in, because the other one is very often necessary to get back out alive with again.
No, you killed them with the second step, Kips. That's how it goes. Everybody dies. yeah. I don't know. I just the concept of a Void Spirit and how he looks and how he walks with this martial artist approach. He's just way too cool for me to hate. But I agree with kind of most of the things that you say.
That's what's going on here. It's he steps past them and then he doesn't look back, sheathes his blade, and all the necks are sliced off.
Exactly.
That thing. And like the 12-year-old in you goes nuts.
What do you mean 12 years? The only thing I have is the 12-year-old here, you know? It's,
That's fair. You've always been very open about that.
Yeah, of course. You need to understand, you know, this is how a lot of men, they hide it. But imagine you have to respect the old martial artist. That's how it goes. If you watch Karate Kid, you have to do it as well. Low Skill is gonna be in a little bit of trouble right now. He didn't respect this top lane and their potential to do a lot of damage to him, as well as didn't. And Low Skill is dropping low. Very nice usage of spells from Force Majeure. He might lose his life, but not before he cooks a squirrel. That's gonna be a nice meal for him. Triple S needs some time to get the hit in. It will be the moment of courage that actually lands it, but overall across the map, it is the Mega that are gonna be happier.
It is. That said, the LC actually has a significant CS advantage towards the Sven right now. I did not think that the difference was going to be this big, but Low Skill, 15 creeps behind his lane counterpart, that's a problem in the making.
Mid lane, Nicky Cool, they tried to kill him, and well, that rotation of Dr. Bum, other than refilling the bottle, isn't going to be accomplishing all that much. Still, Nicky Cool doesn't have any water runes to pick up. His supports haven't died, so nobody to refill his bottle. This could potentially be an issue for him for the next couple of waves.
Absolutely. Like with the squirrel threatening as well, he doesn't necessarily want to step into the river, which is of course where his Seaborn Sentinel also known as just his regen, steps back in again. So as long as that wave was out, and you can see it here as well, he wants to get into the river, he wants to get into those cool soothing waters to regen up a bit, but he doesn't know where Dr. Bum is right now. As Mixa, dang.
And this Jakiro is so strong in lane. Usually Clockwork Gyro would do well versus a Beastmaster, but then you bring in the Jakiro into the fray, which is usually being played as a 5, and it's probably Nicky Cool, and he will die. The 3-bound trick shot did so much damage to him. Let's see Jeff Svi, if he can kill Squadix, or if he's gonna die for his sins of going forward. Well, neither of those are going to happen. The Jakiro is just gonna stay here and soak some experience whilst his mid laner is dead.
Yep. And Dr. Bum making good use out of the fact that his offlaner has had a really good time. And revenge on the bot lane. Talking about offlaners having a good time.
Pretty huge, right? And that's all because all of this hate is happening in the mid lane. Squadix, he does have one more step, will get himself away. Nicky Cool, he's pretty speedy. Bushwhack will be amazing, good enough to keep them off of Squadix, who has the Arcane Rune. His spells are going to be coming back. Nicky Cool has to be careful, because the Void Spirit with an Arcane Rune is a scary thing.
Yep, I think that is definitely one of the runes that makes him a proper fighting force. Get those cooldowns lower, get those mana costs lower, spam a lot. You become a lot more puck-like all of a sudden, let's put it that way.
Exactly. You can step over your enemies a little bit more. Rain is hiding in the trees, a very good spot to be in. Jess V, he's gonna expect it now because he saw the Watcher being taken, but Rain should be able... Oh, actually, very nice takedown of the Cogs. Either way, Rain is gonna be getting the Wisdom Rune, which is quite huge. Both Force Majeure and Jess V, they are quite reliant on their experience, which is gonna be denied from them.
With a Phoenix Shakira, that is quite a big deal, especially for the Phoenix, who normally you don't run this Phoenix in pause 5 unless you have a pause 4 who's going to be a big playmaker. But neither of them are, and that problem that I was talking about earlier with like 2 reactive supports, they definitely have this here as well.
Sven popping his ulti on the top lane. They don't care much about it. They have the duel. They might even go for him. Oh no, you have high damage. What are we gonna do? Well, you're gonna run away with the Phoenix TPing in. It's gonna be a problem. Whoa, however, has started to look very dangerous on the Gyro. Despite dying a couple of times, he's ahead of the Beastmaster.
Ahead of the Beastmaster, Falcon Blade in pocket. Hey, isn't Gyrocopter like the only hero that we see go Falcon Blade these days anymore?
Pretty much. I guess you see it from time to time. Squadix gets the AD rune off. It doesn't have any astral steps. He was marked for a second there, but Nicky Cool didn't use the crossy haze again. Jesvi just walks into the cogs. He's gonna get 4-shotted by Squadix. Let's see if Squadix can get himself away. Has the Resonant Pulse decides to stand his ground and fight. They're gonna go through that shield instantly. Nicky Cool a little bit too strong, takes a ton of damage, makes a rotating. It's gonna be everybody going down on one move, going way too aggressively. And these smileys, man, they're making the game so many times more spicier.
It's great. I have no doubt that that they know each other here. Shooting some some flame towards each other. That was, as soon as I saw that Squadix was staying, I was getting really very worried for him, because in between the Phoenix spells, the amount of extra damage that's coming in, as well as the attack speed slow, Void Spirit is quite reliant on that. And the fact that you know that there's still a bash incoming from that Slardar, I was not entirely sure if he was gonna live there, and especially now that Mixa comes down over the top as well, an absolute slaughter takes place here though.
Speaking of Mixa, he's being slaughtered at the moment, and they're bringing in 4 heroes. They want to steal his stacks. How low are those creeps? Actually, he only did a little bit of damage to them, so maybe it's best to just let them be.
Yeah, I don't think they can touch the Ancients actually, and he did get most of the CS on the regular camp that he stacked.
So not too bad, I guess. We'll see. They do block out the Ancients right now, but that's a big stack for Mixa, and I'm guessing that even the graveyard area might get stacked up by the Jakiro right now.
Yeah, they're gonna go straight on into that Beastmaster after lane acceleration, and he is already halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, so you get the Ancient stack in the triangle, you maybe stack the other one twice or thrice, and you're pretty much there with a couple of more laning creeps.
Yeah, you are home free. And that's going to probably coincide pretty much exactly with when your Slardar is going to have his Blink Dagger. That's going to be a very strong timing for Namiga.
They're coming with the smoke. They want to punish Mixa once again.
Correct.
I think he's aware this time around.
Yeah,
Is
send
he?
that boar up first. Oh,
Yeah,
a little
he's too
aware.
Yep. He is inside of the tower range, so has extra regen and armor. The question is it enough? Look at this. Both supports of one move are level 6. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I absolutely think he's a goner as well. That sharpshooter is going all the way to the heart.
Just tell me, Kips. Okay, so look at how cool this Void Spirit looks. He's like an after image next to him. He's spinning around, spinning kick, stuff like that, you know. Martial arts is pretty much just beating up people while looking cool while doing so.
Yeah, on screens, generally. But you know, I live together with a person who, like, does jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, and we asked
they
him
are
why you do it,
generally
and he would say it's
very
to look cool.
unintimidated. No. All those people with their fancy things and their fancy made-up names.
I don't know. It's the cool looking thing is the best. Anyways, everybody's back up right now. A lot of lines are being drawn on the map. Right, I don't really know if they're meaning something or if people are just mad. But the Namiga are ready for the game to continue. Mixa is ready to die.
Had a long time to mentally prepare for it.
Do you think he got the idea for his last words?
I mean, he should have all chatted them then.
Yeah, probably didn't.
And this is how important it is to keep that Beastmaster down. I was talking about this all the way in the landing stage, but here we go. They have even brought over the Legion Commander to make sure that they can actually take those ancient stacks down. And that's gold differential that counts twice, right? You take it out of the enemy hands and into your own. That's double the amount of gold won.
Nikigul escapes. There was a solid rotation coming towards him, but of course Void Spirit couldn't keep the Slaughter in place for a long period of time. Hookshot still on cooldown, but very soon it is going to be coming back.
And we need that Blink Dagger over on Nikigul Slaughter if we want this game to remain doable for Namiga now.
It's coming. I mean, only 270 gold, so he's gonna be having it. The problem is, who is he gonna play with? This is one thing that we really didn't discuss. Early mid game of Namiga is really bad. Before you get an Aghanim Scepter of the Beastmaster, Blink Dagger on Slaughter, and some high levels on your supports, you actually cannot fight. You cannot start the fight. You cannot finish the fight. You can only die.
And it's especially those support levels that I think we should be talking about here. That Jakiro is still only level 5. That's a plus 4.
A good egg, or not that great, because the Gyro will just escape. He is speedy enough, has Seeds of Serenity if he wants to plant them, uses the Healing Lotus, quite fine. Nikki Cool, he's now going to be targeted. That could be the first dual damage. Triple S pops the Blade Mill. Nikki Cool, too speedy for them to catch with the Sven now rotating. It is quite dangerous for him. Kills the Courier first. Triple S, he loses his TP, and nice Overwhelming Gods there. Actually gets a big barrier, something that does save his life. Squad X, despite a lot of heroes thinks about going in, but decides against it in the end.
The support is desperately running from lane to lane, bailing out their besieged cores. It's a rough time for Namiga right now. And this is all time that the Gyrocopter is just casually hitting creeps in top lane. He's going to have Aghanims pretty much right now.
What happened, Kips, to people just rushing the Ags on the Gyro? It used to be Maelstrom into Ags or Crystallis into Ags. Nowadays, it's just Aghanims. It's boring.
It's boring. I think it has a lot to do with how early we want these carries to be up these days. Well, here's your answer for who he's going to play with.
Well, goodbye, Woe. Yeah, he's going to be playing with low skill, runs towards him, and Woe getting ahead of himself. This is a Blink Dagger reveal, but you should have been expecting it at some point. So going very, very deep into enemy territory, as the first duel will be used, and the first duel will be won. Rain is the one who gets the credit for the kill. Slaughter decides not to TP there, as really wouldn't have changed anything.
No, I really would not. A little surprised to see that the Jakiro does not have any points in the Ice Path yet. That's definitely one of those skills that can... Like, you're always going to hit it on a duel every single time.
Yep, very weird. Very weird. Namiga are smoked up. Egg up right now. So let's see. Let's see if the Slaughter can start this fight in a way. Hookshot misses. So Rain not going to be catching anybody just yet.
Anyway, as an answer for the Aghanims thing, we expect carries to fight pretty much on their first item these days. It's why Troll Warlord is also rushing Aghanims right now, even though it's less good of a farming item than a lot of his other options, right? You get stats out of it and you get yourself utility to fight with. The same goes for that Gyrocopter. It is the most damage output that you can get for your bucks, and you are going to be asked to join, you are going to be pressured, you are going to be brawling, so this is... We're not waiting for anything.
Yeah, there it is. Gyro has an axe, so he's pretty tanky. 2400 HP with strength threads. That is a hard hero to go through, right? His armor is not that high, but either way, you need to keep in place for a long period of time for the damage to kick in with that much HP this early on.
His armor's not high. That's still 15 though.
I mean, when I look at the Slaughter on the other side,
has.
Ah, very true. I mean, he probably has the most out of everybody on the map, but it's still versus a Slaughter, so it's never enough.
No, it is never enough.
Rain gets the ward down. If he survives, he actually wanted to go forward. Misses on it, but very good crush from the Slaughter. They're going to be getting the kill there with the Sunray, healing up the Slaughter in the process, as well as what an ulti from a Gyro. Now the Void Spirit trying to do the damage. The Roar will be used on the Void Spirit himself. They're trying to kill him, and no, he gets the Astral Step away. Not enough. They're still going to have the movement speed to run him down. This is what you were talking about, Gibbs. The Void Spirit, if you go in, getting out of that fight is gonna be very, very hard, and even with multiple AoE spells hitting, not enough for one move to win the fight.
Yep, and a hero that is really good at peeling these fights apart and making sure that, you know, maybe you get a chance to get out is the Clockwork. Unfortunately, right now the Clockwork is also your first line of engagement. That means that he is dead long before he can start to do any kind of supporting work for you.
Let's see now. Jesvi gonna get caught, but really they're not gonna be going for him. The Phoenix finished off the Solar Crest, which is huge. Having a Slaughter and the Sven on your side, increasing their attack speed, is gonna be big. Plus, the defensive capabilities versus the duel are gonna help for sure.
Exactly. That is gonna feel very good. And one move, I do think that they're going to have to look to get a duel on Force Major, especially, would be the best possible target now with that Solar Crest on him, as well as preventing the egg going off would be huge.
That's a very clean kill in the mid lane. Beautifully executed by Squadex. There's the duel onto the Phoenix. They won't get the duel damage, but they're going to try to kill him either way, which will happen. Rain gets the kill with the Battery Assault, as the Solar Crest was protecting him for the right clicks. As,
skill?
Oh, they
That's
found the Sven! What a long TP, and also Atos keeps in place. He stands his ground, starts fighting. That's a fight that he will never win. Slaughter, of course, not going to be jumping in to help his buddy, as he would just be an extra bonus for one move, who are now 4k gold ahead.
One by one Namiga heroes falling, and I gotta say, this is especially the way one move wants to play, right? And the fact that they get to execute it right now, it looks really good. The way that they've used their vision in this game so far to enable these pickoffs, to get heroes that are out of position and then immediately move forward and look for more with their short cooldowns, it looks really smooth.
It's looking cool, really looking cool. Sven dying is a big deal, right? His timing is now coming, and you die in the worst possible position without your TP. You're gonna need time to get on the map. It's maybe gonna cost you one or two more of your heroes as well. Lucky for them, they had a ward, but that ward is gonna be taken down. So now Namiga are in almost in full dark.
They are, yep. Like, they can move into the triangle and meet perhaps one move heroes, or they can move into their own jungle and meet one move vision, where they're going to capitalize on the fact that they have all of this information, and Nicky Cool finding that out for himself.
He's gone. They're not going to be able to save him. Maybe he survives through the duel. No, not even that is going to be happening. Squaddy's trying to run away. There will be a roar onto the Clockwork, instantly removed by Triple S. Not enough to save his life. So Namiga, they get something in return. They're on the chase, pretty speedy with the war cry that is going to be expiring right now. So they don't get anything else. Once again, it's one move with the advantage. It's one move to get the core kill.
Yep, and I'm a little worried about the item buildup that I'm seeing from the Sven here as well, because that is S and Y coming up. Nothing in the way of a Blink Dagger. Now getting caught out again as well.
That's what Svens go for nowadays. I mean, look at his damage. Just damage without this God Strength. It's almost 250, right? So once you get the SNY, you're gonna have 300 damage, which is a huge deal with his facet. So I guess that's the idea, to just one-shot people. Void Spirit, a little bit too aggressive. He's gonna get purged off, and Manta immediately. Very nice bushwhack as well to stop the chases. Dr. Bum, now he's gonna be the one that gets hated. He needs a Remnant. Very nice usage there, keeping Niku cool off of Dr. Bum. It's probably not gonna save his life still. Ice Path, very nicely used. Bushwhack stops the damage. Nice hook shot, and look at that. They deal the Phoenix. Quadrix going in. They're all inside of the cogs, and the raining down of those missiles will finish off the two remaining heroes, Jakiro and Slarday. They followed the Phoenix into the grave. One move. They were patient. They waited, and then they struck. Brought down 3 heroes. What a response from them.
Huge. And Namiga, I gotta say, I understand that their cores are moving back because they want more farm, they need more farm right now, but your supports are the weak link here. That is exactly who One Move are going to be aiming for in order to end those fights and end them fast. You need the Jakiro and the Phoenix to be sitting behind your cores. They cannot be the ones to move up like that.
That's a 5k gold lead, and lucky for you, the Sven didn't die, but things are still looking pretty grim for Namiga at the moment. I'm still looking at this Sven. This hero has never failed to surprise me by the amount of damage he can do later on in the game.
Yes, absolutely, but he does need to actually get to deal it, and that's one of the things that I'm worried about with their... I mean, I'm imagining that there is going to be a Blink Dagger following after this SNY.
No.
No?
No. He's gonna go like Harpoon, and then he's gonna go like Satanic or maybe BKB. Svens don't get their Blink Daggers nowadays. They just don't care.
You say nowadays, like I didn't cast a bunch of Svens literally last week.
That's last week.
Had BKBs.
That's last week, Kips. That's last week. This week?
Apologies.
No Blinks this week. You had your 3-day break, and you're not in the meta any longer. Yep.
Yeah, incredible. Sometimes it just goes that fast.
It's very fun. I know when I first saw the SNY and the Sven, I also had the same reaction, like, what the hell is this guy doing? And now when people don't buy the SNY, I'm like, what the hell is this guy doing? So it's weird.
I mean, to be fair, it is most bang for your buck kind of item that you can buy in general. So I see other reasons here as well, which is just you know that the enemy is going to fight you. You want to have parts that are easy to build. Most of that gold immediately turned into assets for your hero, buffing you up. That's one of the things that SNY is definitely great at as well.
Sven, when he pops the Warcry, Mask of Madness, and has an SNY, he has max movement speed. So, you know, sometimes it's very easy to find a wraparound, get into the backline, and kill the supports. I've seen it happen so many times in the past couple of days while casting Dota. So let's see if Low Skill is going to be able to do it. For now, his target choosing has been okay, but he really hasn't been joining that many fights.
No, and I feel like that's been Namiga's biggest weakness here, is they haven't brought the right kind of groupings to the right kind of fights. Their map positioning has definitely left things to be desired, left openings for One Move to get all of these pickoffs with.
And there it is. The Sven has his SNY. The tier 2 will fall, however. So far, Namiga haven't taken down a single tower. I mean, they're not the best pushing lineup, but they're not the worst either. So it's definitely going to hurt them in the long run.
It is. I mean, most of the hurt has already happened with giving really easy teleporting points for One Move to move forward with, especially in this period in the game where One Move perhaps didn't have that much mobility yet, but Blink Daggers are up, everybody's movement speed is increasing. And I guess it also just only gets worse. The longer it takes, the more of your own towers fall, the more predictable it is for the enemy where you are going to try and go for one of their tower pushes, just because the wave is almost never near their tower anymore. As well, you see really high level teams sometimes around 10 minutes group up all 5 and take a tower down just because they know they'll need that space to breathe during the coming onslaught.
You see what the Sven has queued up? A BKB and a Harpoon. Nobody cares about Blink Daggers no more. It's just not an item on the Sven, it seems. As, well, 2 more minutes left on the Aegis. We'll see if they try to get the last outer tower off or if it's just going to be a farming one. So far, they really haven't increased their lead much throughout the duration of the Aegis.
No, it's been... The squeeze hasn't been as painful as it could have been, and perhaps that is because One Move are a little better at picking off than at farming as a lineup as well. Maybe spent a little bit too much time roaming around looking for those kills.
They're gonna go now.
Yeah.
Very good positioning of lanes.
Having taken dip much terrain just means that you get opportunities like this a whole lot more.
Let's see if they can make it happen. LC does have an Aghanim Scepter. That's very strong, right? You get debuff immunity, your duel lasts forever. The damage can be done into a dual target. It's not what it used to be. And they do initiate onto the clock. Returns around with the hook shot. Make it cool. Stuck in the cogs. Taking a ton of damage. Still alive. They found the Phoenix. Aghanim Scepter there. Double silence. And the Phoenix might die before his egg. No, he gets himself away. He can use the egg right now. But it still wouldn't change much. Beautiful Ice Path to keep them at bay. Namiga only losing 1 hero. They should thank their lucky stars.
It's gonna be 2.
Yep. Okay. Still, both of them do have buyback, but the last outer tower will follow. And finally, now One Move will get that big lead. I mean, this Hoodwink also is very, very farmed. Having the Gleipnir, it's changing the game.
Absolutely. The front line of the Namiga just can't stand against what One Move throw against them right now. And that means that the cores retreat, leaving the supports wide open. And One Move can one by one finish off these remaining heroes on the retreat.
That's a glyph being used. The tier 3 will fall. Let's see if the Raxes will follow as well. Whoa, he's gonna have the Aegis for another 25. Maybe it's best to just reset, wait for that to expire and get your HP back. We'll see what One Move decides to do. Pretty greedy.
Decently so, but they get away with it.
Yep.
Namiga is a hard committing kind of lineup.
I think Squadix, that was the best bait in the world. Now the Slaughter, even with the Sunray, he's not going to be surviving through all of the burst damage. Triple S, he gets the dual victory. This guy doesn't have a buyback, and Squadix and Rain in the back lines already got 2 kills. Beautiful later to get them 2 extra, and Namiga, they lost 4 of their heroes instantly. GG will be called. They know there is nothing else left to give in game 1.
Nothing else left to give or to do, and yeah, in spite of me thinking that Namiga had a lineup that would definitely suit me more here, at least, it didn't really look like it suited them this game, and it also felt like One Move is, as you said before the series, maybe just literally a step ahead of them in the way that they've been playing, because that looked real smooth.
Yeah, very, very smooth from One Move. Ever since Squadix entered, and for me, Squadix is a tier 1 core, right? He was in Virtus Pro last season. They were like, what, top 8 TI? I mean, this guy knows his stuff, and I don't think Namiga are at the moment at the level of it. Plus, I don't know if you feel the same. Namiga haven't been looking the greatest lately.
No, they have not. They held up during a couple of very hard series in the previous hard pool, which is why I was I guess banking on them so much. But you're right in that steady performance hasn't been anywhere to be found. And in their series versus Dandelions, for example, they did get destroyed pre-minute 30 twice. So, you know, there are some weak spots here, and I guess One Move knows exactly where those are.
Yeah, One Move, very good at rotation. Squadix making the Void Spirit work even without us really thinking so much about the hero, thinking that it was strong. He does show us that it can be incredibly powerful here in game 1. Of course, it's still not over. This is the plane between the two of them. It is the best of 3 series, so you have to win 1 more, or in the Amiga, you have to win 2 more. Which one is it gonna be? We find out after the break.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the second game of the second series of the day. I'm Harry Preek, joining me is Gibbs, and you're watching the regional Dota 2 series Europe number 3 play-ins. We already know 3 of our semi-finalists, and now we're going to be getting the 4th in this or the next game. Gibbs, one move versus the Namiga in that previous game. Did you see any redeeming qualities of Namiga that's going to help them win versus this iteration of one move, which does look very strong?
It does look very strong, yes, and I definitely think that if you are an Amiga here, you gotta do something a little bit off the beaten path, because clearly one move have got you nailed down already. That looked so decisive, especially the decisions in bringing everybody to the triangle to contest that Beastmaster. That is some high-level play right there, and if you're not ready for that, then all you can do is try and win the lanes hard enough that they can't do things like that to you. Which is a little bit sucky as advice, because sometimes, you know, picking things that'll win the lanes hard enough doesn't mean that you'll actually get to win the game afterwards. And that's a lot of the balancing of a draft, right? Like, we can shut them out of the lanes, or we can make sure that we have something to play with in the mid game. And I'm not sure if there is a point where that is going to work out.
I would focus more on the early mid game. I think that's where one move are the scariest. It's not their laning stage. They play the laning stage well. Like, don't get me wrong, but it is the early mid game rotations from Squadix that have changed this theme from Ethereal leaving, Squadix joining. I don't know if it's a permanent change or not, but in multiple tournaments, Squadix has been playing instead of Ethereal, and one move ever since have been looking great. So I would definitely advise teams to focus on understanding where Squadix will be in the early mid game. I think that's the main point that you have to counter. If you don't counter that, you don't counter one move.
Yeah. And getting the opportunity to perhaps to give him a worse game in general usually messes with people's ability to make good calls, especially if he's also making overall calls and not just calls dependent on his own strength. It will usually keep a player, well, literally smaller and keep his footprint smaller. And Amiga, this is a lane winner to start off with. This is also here that if it doesn't win its lane is, I want to say, exceedingly useless.
Well, it depends. I've seen Sand Kings lose their lane and they farm incredibly fast. They just take down the Ancient super fast. But I've also seen Sand Kings that max out the Burrow Strike and the Stinger, and then they win the lane, right? So and then it's a different approach completely. You don't go for the Bloodstone, rather you go for the Blink Dagger. So I'm okay with both approaches, but in my mind, Sand King, even with the new changes, making him a stronger laner, he is still, I would say, on the weaker side of the offlaners when it comes to laning itself. So I'm curious to see if one move are gonna try to do their best to deal with him, because if you do, then there's this thing keeps people just move him to the mid lane and then they just don't care about you countering him.
Yes, absolutely. And there especially, I think it is very unusual to see a Sand King lose at all.
Nah, you don't lose the mid lane. You can maybe go even, but most of the times you're more than fine.
Exactly, and especially with the SF being out of the picture, I think that is one of your scariest matchups. And he is removed.
Yep, as the first pick. But Mixa is a Sand King player. I think hasn't played it like 5-6 years ago, but recently, even when he was out of the meta, he could pull it out from time to time. So I'd assume he'll be able to do it. Yeah, I've been believing in this hero for the past 7 years, and it really hasn't been played much. And finally, you see, if you believe in something long enough, it will come out. Especially in Dota, it has to come a meta where a hero will be useful again.
I mean, you say that, but Sand King is definitely like, I'm convinced somebody at Valve hates him. It's at this point, I think.
But
we can
why?
put, like, I don't know either. But remove the tinfoil cap from your head, because it's just legitimately the evidence is stacking up.
Maybe they just don't like sand, and there will be a Rubik on one move.
And it gets everywhere.
Yep, exactly. I see that they're advertising some beach towel that kind of, when sand gets on it, it just falls through some holes or something, and sounds okay. Don't know if it works, haven't tried it, but yeah, I can understand why people would buy something like that.
I mean, you can just bring a fishing net and it'll do the same. At some point, it's not a towel anymore if you start putting holes in it.
Yeah, or just buy a towel, you get a knife and like butcher it, right?
Cut it down.
You let out your frustrations. That's nice. After a Dota game, get a towel and you don't have to buy anything. There will be a Jakiro picked into a Rubik. Namiga, they don't care. They just don't care.
No, I mean, the strength of the Jakiro is definitely the biggest in the laning stage, and that is where the Rubik is not stealing your spells yet, and you can just refuse to level up that Ice Path. It is possible. We've seen it several times now, so yeah.
But look at the spells galore for the Rubik. Impale, Burrow Strike, Ice Path, Dual Breath. I mean, all of those spells are amazing. Even the Mind Flare from the Nyx is not half bad. We'll see what the Sand King will be maxing out. Sometimes we see the Burrow Strike just being left on level 1, which definitely isn't the spell then the Rubik wants to get. But either way, whatever you steal in this game, it's going to be feeling solid.
Yeah, it is a great Rubik game so far, and you already have that Weaver with you, who is presumably right now the other support, which also feels great because you're going to have somebody else who's going to be going in, scouting, getting reactions, giving information for your cores, and that means that the Ruby can just sit back, relax, put the feet up, and wait for good spells to come his way.
I'm not sure if I agree with the Mars pick though. A lot of the offlaners have been banned out, but Mars just hasn't been super popular for good reason. And this is a Squad X hero, even though it's flexible. I'm just leaning towards it being a Squad X hero, and then they're flexing this Weaver between 5 and 1, which I would rather see on 1. There's on 5. There's so many stuns on Amiga, so much burst damage. It's just no place for a core Weaver.
No, and especially the Carapace from the Nyx here, I want to point out. It's very simple. You run into that, you get stunned out of, potentially when he's still in Invis. That's just no good for you.
Definitely not. And also Swarm, even though it's kind of detached from your body, it's still, a Nyx Assassin can use a Spike Carapace and stun you with that as well, which is kind of nasty to play into. So what do you get? You need something to deal with this Wind Ranger. At least do okay in the lane versus her. But to be honest, when you have this many stuns, is there really a hero that you cannot deal with? Even the Wind Ranger herself could be in trouble.
I mean, normally you would definitely go towards either ways to go through. So Bloodthorn builders are the one option, right? And purges are the other option. And normally the purges, the aggressive purges, do come from the support side. Not a lot of those available on course. So instead, you would aim towards silences, potentially Bloodthorn, etc. I've seen CK a lot, honestly.
That does sound like a good pick. We'll go. So this is mid lane Sand King. Am I reading this right? And Enigma Nyx off lane.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I was hoping in this game for the Sand King to go for a little bit more of an unorthodox build and think about perhaps grabbing into a Crimson Guard potentially, because we do see Sand Kings go for, offlane Sand Kings specifically, go for aura items from time to time, but now that's not really a chance anymore, and it means that we are going to see, I'm not even sure about Vlad's, but certainly Mech Greaves, right, from that Enigma?
I guess so. Maybe drums might come out.
Yeah, drums.
You know what? I have an idea, and I think one move might have the same idea. It only comes down to Squad X. You put this Rubik in the mid lane, you play a carry Wind Ranger or a 4 Wind Ranger if you see a better carry pick, and an off lane Mars, and then you get whatever in the last pick. I mean, look at this game. This is Rubik galore. Imagine Rubik with an Aghanim Scepter BKB in this game. He's gonna solo win it. He can literally destroy all 4 of these heroes.
No, absolutely agreed. And we did see a bunch of phenomenal core Rubik performances earlier on in this tournament as well. I don't think I've seen a mid Rubik lose his lane ever. It just does not happen.
Yeah, very early. It's very hard to do so, right? You have a spell that secures you the creep and also reduces the attack damage of the opponent. You have a solid attack damage of your own. I mean, there's no reason not to win the mid lane with this hero.
Okay, but then how do you feel about the Thompson approach? And going
Dagon?
Maelstrom.
Oh, Maelstrom, yeah, I don't feel too good about that approach, but Dagon I do approve of.
I do approve of the Dagon as well. I just had to throw that one in there because that is one of the most bizarre item builds I've ever seen work, especially. Your pubs are in trouble, aren't they?
No. You get the Gleipnir is still such a good item, right? So you can upgrade it to that. So it makes sense. You know, you're fine, and you might steal some spells that give you attack speed. There will be a troll being picked up by an Amiga, so that's not a hero that likes to play into the Mars or the Wind Ranger all that much. You turn around towards the troll, use the Bulwark, and he really doesn't heal all that much because his damage is mitigated quite well. I think this is a Gleipnir troll game, or maybe you go straight into the axe that you mentioned in the previous game.
I think it should be axe because you will be purging off the Windrun, right? I think that's one of the reasons that you take the troll here. It doesn't feel particularly good because you are a solo core troll. You are the only source of physical damage in this game. You're going to have 2 cores that are going to be dealing magical, AoE team fight. You're the only one doing the damage over time, which is, I don't like troll in those games already. I like him more when there's somebody with mixed damage on the mid lane, for example. I guess the Sand King with the Stinger does fall somewhat in that category. Maybe that's how Namiga see it. But I feel like he's going to have a very tough task in this game.
I like the Troll here with their lineup because they have so many stuns. Usually I see Troll without any stuns on their lineup and then they pop the ulti and just run around endlessly like, I want to hit this guy, I have no idea what I'm doing. Here you have Impale Burrow Strike, Ice Path, and the Black Hole. So if you just bait on the Troll and he's strong enough to survive, pops his ulti, there you have so many things to counter initiate with and allow them to kill the enemies. So that's quite cool. But they're gonna go for the Squad X Storm Spirit. Really, when we look at Namiga, they have a lot of stuns. The only targeted one is the Sand King stun, so he should be able to do okay, but still I'm favoring the Namiga's draft. I don't know, I love what they have and I think they should be able to win this. On the other hand, One Move for me are a much better team. I don't know if I can go against them, but draft wise, Namiga for me are the favorites.
I do think that this Troll is kiteable, especially if you build a couple of 4-staffs in this game. It's gonna be hard though. Namiga, I was talking about, okay, secure laning stage, make sure that you have a game to play at the very least, and they've definitely done that. They have so much damage, they have a lot of options here. The push of the Enigma allowing the Nyx to have a more open game afterwards with some towers down. It does seem like it fits really well together, but I gotta say, what I saw from One Move in the previous game has established for me that I think they are, in terms of understanding of the game, by far the superior team, and I'm not going to bet against them anymore.
That makes sense, makes sense. I mean, though, one thing about Namiga is that they're very inconsistent, so they might have been inconsistently playing in that previous game. That's why they were looking bad, but sometimes these guys do look amazing, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I like what they have. This is the type of draft that I would like to play.
It's a good draft.
Yeah, so let's see how it goes. Of course, if you guys want to get some extra info, scan the QR code, get the 1xBet app. You can bet from that one or do it from the 1xBet site, which you have a banner down below to take you there as we get ourselves into the game, Kips. Speaking of lanes, speaking about early fights on the runes, anybody that you prefer? Anywhere where we should focus our eyes on?
It's a level 1 Jakiro fight is the way to go, man. Like, Weaver's nice. Weaver is very nice on level 1, but it doesn't hold a candle to a Jakiro. If you get even just a 2-man Jewel Breath, but with the AoE that that guy gets and the short ranges on teams at this stage, usually 3-man, oof.
And both of these go for a late smoke.
Yeah.
Look at that. I guess maybe the best way is to get yourself in a good position, but they were going to miss each other from the moves there. One move, they get themselves to the high ground, so now they're the ones with the advantage, but they are going to be under enemy vision. Nyx Assassin, he's not that tanky early on. Ward plays, they're going to see him. He sees them as well. Looks like he's going to be fine.
Only one hit for the Jewel Breath.
Yeah, I've seen so many level 1s go bad when you're going into Jakiro. If he was there instead of the Nyx Assassin, he turns around with the Jewel Breath, and then his team starts running towards you, you all die.
Oh yeah, absolute panic. And I like that Force Major here is pretending that he doesn't know they warded that cliff right there. Maybe he actually doesn't, and I'm giving him too much credit, but I feel like they're purposefully ignoring the fact that a Radiant Ward got placed there, because their ward was there first.
No, they pinged out the place where you see the sentry of One Move is around the mid lane. They pinged out that spot, so that's where they think somewhere around there the ward is, right? So I think the Namiga are aware there's a ward somewhere, but I don't think they have the location pinpointed.
Unfortunate for them.
Very unfortunate. What about the top lane? Jakiro Troll, that sounds hard to play into, but Mars is no pushover.
Mars no pushover, Weaver especially no pushover. You are usually very good at getting a lot of unanswered harass damage in this lane, but Jakiro is tanky, and the Weaver is not going to get all that much alone time to mess with the Troll. I think that this is a very good lane for Namiga.
What about a mid lane? Usually the Sand King, the Storm does well versus melee heroes. Is Sand King different? Is Nicky Cool gonna be able to do well here? Rain is not gonna do well. They put a Rubik on 5. This is something I can't say I like it because it's such a good Rubik game. You want him to be farmed.
You do want him to be farmed. At the same time, though, I do think that if you put a Rubik on the Mars lane, I think you get destroyed there. You need the extra pressure that the Weaver brings. 100%.
I mean, Triple S is being pretty destroyed anyways. He's survived on 30 HP barely, so it's not looking good for him either. And it's very hard to find a lane that's gonna do well versus this. But actually, Weaver, you talked about how strong this hero is. Dr. Bum puts himself in harm's way, has 10 stake charges, so isn't really gonna die. Low skill, just poking at him a bit, but of course won't be able to punish him for the death of his teammate.
Something that the Jakiro lane really can't do. I mean, you're the king of trading. You're absolutely phenomenal. But if the enemy says that they have more damage and they're gonna push through there, you aren't gonna stop them. And that's really where the balance lies here for you. This Weaver, that hurts.
They really made a mistake there. Dr. Bum, one more hit. There it is. It's actually going to be 2 hits flying out because it is a Jakiro Triple S. He's really struggling in this lane. There's going to be a problem using the Spirit to send low skill back to farming. And, well, he's going to oblige. He's going to be quite happy to do so. Also, all of this aggression does secure them the 3-minute healing Lotus. Force Major will be happy to take it.
I mean, sometimes with the Jakiro, you almost do not want to kill him just because he gets so much out of having his mana pool refreshed. And the fact that he comes back with 4 new heal breaths loaded up.
I think he's gone. One more. Oh, misses the high ground. Very nice, very nice. And now maybe the storm might be gone. He uses the glyph. Beautifully done by Squadix. Would have died 100% there if he didn't do it. Stinger killing the range creep would have been the end of Squadix. Beautifully done. Oh, he's dead either way.
Yeah. Nevertheless, he falls, and that is important for Nicky Cool because he was starting to fall behind against Squadix, but getting that wave pretty much unopposed, getting the kill now as well. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, not any longer. He's gonna be fine. Mixer is also having a okay-ish lane. I mean, these 11 denies are most likely all of his Eidolons, so it doesn't make much of a difference. But also some of the CS of the Wind Ranger are going to be Eidolons as well, so it's not like her lane is going perfectly either.
It is not, but on the other hand, it is very hard for a Nyx lane in general to pressure anything out. I'm just going to aim to get through this lane, get the drums up on the Enigma, and that is where the pressure really starts coming in.
Nyx has gotten significantly better at laning though with the Mind Flare and kind of keeping his own net worth up. Look at that, you just killed the big creep.
But that's nothing to do with the lane though. Like I agree, he gets through the laning stage a lot better.
Kill the range creep. It helps. He used to not be able to do that effectively,
no,
right?
it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I think we're both right. Yes, Mind Flare's huge, dude. I'm a big fan as well. I just think that in a day and age where we're playing heroes like Hoodwink and Weaver, you are definitely a liability in a laning stage. Let's put it that way.
For sure. Yeah, that would be the nicest way to put it, as a liability, but definitely not as strong as some of the other heroes. Of course, later on, you do breast people down quite nicely. Namiga do have a 1k goal lead, 3-1. Their laning stage is going really well. We, of course, said it is going to be the early game rotation is going to make a difference, but to be honest, with the Sand King winning the mid lane after that kill, he might just get a blink and make a difference, and he's getting Squadix low.
Yep, absolutely. And the amount of magic damage that they have at their disposal is not to be underestimated. And Mars, usually not that enthused about going pipe first. Depending on the player, they will still do it. But not too big of a fan in most situations. So let's see what Triple S is going to do.
To be honest, Triple S is so poor that he's not going to be doing anything. Storm does get the regen rune. That's going to be the first power rune going towards one move. Very important for Spirit heroes. But then again, Storm rotating level 6 very rarely happens. So I doubt that Squadix will be doing it.
No, he's going to be sitting back with this and wait until these one lanes of the enemy push in and then punish. those movements. That's what you're gonna do. Save most of your mana. Make sure to get nice and close to your tower.
We'll see. Squadix maybe just uses it now to farm. Yeah, there it is. He just wants to get as much farm as he can out of it, and really the regen rune is so good for a Storm early on to farm with.
It's fantastic, and of course you are letting Nicky Cool having some private time with the wave, but you weren't contesting him that hard yet anyways. I do think that the Storm, one of the better matchups that you have. Your pull very important in order to keep the Sand King from popping the wave, getting some CS in, and your range just about enough to make sure that you are usually out of the way. Nicky Cool is top.
Triple S is dead. TP in from the Storm Spirit, so maybe Triple S will be able to survive this. They went too far, and I spoke too soon. The Storm TPing in. No, they want low skill. They want the big guy. It is going to be the Blood Grenade connecting as well. TP in from the Nyx. It is going to be a 4 versus 4. And Squadix going in. Whirling Axe is not going to be enough. Look at the damage that they're doing to the Storm. Squadix tries to get away, but the Mind Flayer finishes him off. However, everybody's low. Dr. Bum has to be careful. The Mars very, very weak, so he cannot really help. Dr. Bum looks very much dead as well. Stinger does destroy the Weaver as well in one move. This time around, the Mega are going to be able to mount up a response.
In spite of them being half health on the Sand King basically from the start of this engagement, the amount of disables that they have here means that they decide how this fight ends up. It's a shame that they don't get to save the troll, but honestly I think I would much rather have my Sand King accelerating like this than have my troll survive that.
And next time Troll will have his ulti, so next time he will survive. He's actually going for a Battle Fury on the Troll, which is fine for me. I mean, Gleipnir would be awesome, but the thing is, in this game, you might not need it. With the amount of stuns that your team has, you're better off just being super strong. Whoa, trying to escape. Impale will be on him. Sand King coming over, body blocks, perfect. Setup for the Sand King to come over. Windrun in a second. Is he going to be able to get it off? Whoa, he's trying to run away, and there's another Stinger that is not going to be missing. Nicky Cool is on a killing spree. The Sand King mid lane is really making a difference.
Yeah, that haste rune, the perfect rune to take down a Wind Ranger with. Wind Rune does not matter whatsoever. This Rubik though getting rather close to level 6. That is definitely going to make a difference.
Yeah, let's see, they're gonna try to make a move on Nicky Cool, doing a solid amount of damage to him. The Enigma is TPing in, has the black hole. They need to kill Squadix beforehand. Mixa will get that 2-man black hole, but he might get the Weaver and the Rubik. The problem is that all of them are going to die. He's standing inside of the Midnight Pulse and actually winning. The Mars will be joining in on the fray, puts the arena, so the tower is not gonna be attacking. He needs to leave the arena, it doesn't get it off. And the Idols actually bring him down. Squadix, he might die just V. He's threatening with the Mind Flayer. He doesn't get the damage in, and Triple S gets a much needed double kill. This Mars was struggling up until this point.
Yeah, that is his ticket off of the struggle bus right there. Double kill versus enemies who are nicely leveled and nicely farmed. Now he is level 7, and that is going to put him on track for, I don't want to say a good Blink Dagger timing, but we're going back to decent. And here immediately Stolen Burrow Strike, Rubik is online.
Oh, that's huge. Nicky Cool is gonna die if he's not careful with the Rubik. Once he gets the Burrow Strike, they can kill Nicky Cool. Okay, Jakiro is in the vicinity. That's fine. That's fine. Both the Jakiro and the Nyx are here. Speaking of Nyx, he might not be here for a very long time. They're trying to finish him off, and Storm is taking so much damage. Squadix, he needs to run away. Why is he attacking? Here comes the Rubik, trying to make something happen. Nicky Cool, however, he stands his ground versus Dr. Bum, and the Stinger is just so much.
The Stinger is absolutely ridiculous.
It's stupid. It's not fair.
It is.
I mean, but I still don't understand why Squadix is doing this. He can reset, he can re-engage, he can force the enemies to chase him a bit, get him out of position, and every single time he's standing his ground to get that right click in, he gets stunned up once and just dies.
I don't know if he's overestimating his own armor or if he's overestimating how much work he needs to do right now. I think if you're playing this game and you can't see the gold differential, it's very easy to feel like both of your side lanes have lost really hard, you're several thousand gold behind and you need to do something. Like maybe he is playing under more pressure than we think is logical because we have more information.
That is true. That is true. That does look like he's under pressure a bit. Only 2 galvanized tags. This is a problem for a Storm, especially for a guy that we've been hyping up. Squadix, he did crush game 1, and most of the times he's looking really good. But in this game, at the moment, the Storm is feeling a bit shut down.
He is, yes, and that was always a risk in this game with the amount of stuns that are available, right? And the fact that this Jakiro just has taken Ice Path anyway, said screw it to the Rubik threat, we need to make sure that we can walk into this Ice Path when the storm is going on us, and it's been giving Aquatics so much extra trouble.
Let's see, Dr. Bomb in a good position not to get caught by the Nyx. This Weaver really wants his level 6. Without the time lapse, he is just such an easy target. And look at how defensively he has to play.
Very, very sad to be confronted with 2 level 7 opposing heroes, opposing supports. And you're just 5.
Finds the invis, so he's at least going to be permanently invisible, as Sand King does find him. Dr. Pump, he's trying to find a place where there's no sentry, runs towards his own. That's probably the smartest move, and then they draw the line. Now they know where the sentry is.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little unfortunate.
Rubik will lose the Burrow Strike. Hasn't really made much use of it. A level 4 Burrow Strike should be like a ticket for the Rubik to crush everybody.
Absolutely, and he did move towards the top lane, see if he could do something together with Triple S with that arena, but the troll has been sitting really quite far behind his tower.
Yep. And the troll has a Battle Fury being delivered to him, so his farm is gonna skyrocket and he's already at the top.
Yep, and this Enigma just delivered a Blink Dagger as well. And I think that's one of the reasons why one move feels like it's so scary to do anything right now. If you group up to kill anybody, Mixa is going to come over the top with a Black Hole in revenge.
I mean, also the Epicenter Burrow Strike is nothing to scoff at, right? A good Epicenter with a stun is going to destroy all of you. The Black Hole might not even be needed, but if you start off the fight with a quick kill, as one we're going to be happy. Stolen Vendetta by Rain. It's just so funny how he can get any spell. And this is the mistake Nyx Assassins happen when you use the Vendetta. Instantly spike carapace every single time.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And instead, Rain gets to joke around with it a little bit.
Just used it to attack the creeps. He's gonna be stacking now, so didn't really go aggressive with it.
Indicative of the fact that I think that one move is going to sit very far back for a while still.
What are they waiting for? Like, is the Orchid of the Storm Spirit the go time for him? Just V is gonna get a nice impale onto the Weaver, and that's a dead Weaver.
Yeah, at this point I imagine so. I would have personally been like, okay, surely they're waiting for the Blink Dagger on the Mars, but that was not a turning point. Maelstrom for the Wind Ranger hasn't been it either, so must be that Storm Orchid that's flying in right now then.
Yep, that's actually quite huge, right? Nobody has anything to remove it. Nobody has no status resistance. So it really does change the game quite a lot. And we talked about starting off the fight with a kill. This pretty much allows you to do so. Mars also has the blink, so one move are pretty much ready for a fight.
They are, yes. And Namiga, while they were ahead and they had the better pick-off opportunities here for sure, haven't really made use of that to take down either the mid or the top tower. So these kinds of really fast smokes are possible from one move. You TP whoever you want to that mid tower, smoke them up, boom, you're in the middle of the enemy side of the map.
Not really sure what Just V is doing with his Nyx Assassin on the top part of the map, but they are hunting the Sand King on the bottom, so that's gonna be a big kill if they can get it. Nikki Cool gonna be found by Rain, who gets the Vendetta hit off. Nikki Cool gonna be found, dusted up, already used his Burrow Strike. Sandstorm was used as well, it's gonna be stolen. There's the silence, and finally that's gonna be a kill on Nikki Cool. A pretty huge hero to bring down.
That's going to be your Arcade reveal, and yeah, I don't know if he already had that Yules queued up, but...
No, he just now did it. Yeah.
I figured. Which is honestly a good reminder. Like, the fact that he thought he could get away with not buying Yules is a little... Come on, dude. You know what that Storm is going to do.
Yeah, and it's not a good Lotus Orb game. That kind of sucks. It's just a pretty bad one. Other than that silence, you wouldn't be removing anything else.
Yeah, no, really, the amount of spells that you're countering here is like, what, a Storm Pull, a Rubik Lift?
Yep, kind of sucks. And you have to use it perfectly to make that happen. Let's see now, Rubik with a Sandstorm is being hunted on the top lane. There's no dusts on the Nyx Assassin. Rain He's taking a ton of damage, and wait, how did they see him? Is there a sentry there? What? Oh, the sandstorm doesn't give invis now, right? Is it? It's it's a facet, the sand shroud
Yeah,
that
it's a
actually gives
facet,
you
yeah.
invis. Yep.
Yeah. For a second there, I was like,
But shouldn't Rubik steal facets as well? I mean, when he steals the Vendetta, he has the Scuttle. When he steals
yeah,
the
I thought exactly.
Shukuchi-
That's why I'm confused as well, because I was like, doesn't he get the facet along with it?
Weird.
It's not like if you steal from the Jakiro right now, you just get the liquid fire, right?
Yep, true.
That's not how this works.
Definitely not. I'm surprised. But yeah, they didn't have no vision. Oh, yeah, we're dumb kips. You cannot be invis next to an assassin. Yep.
Ah, there we go. Yes.
He has the next sense as Weaver. He would also like to be invis. Squad X. He was in the line of sight of that Nyx threatening with the with the epicenter, but they don't want to go in. I think Namiga actually could have dove that.
They could have, but it's scary because if you mis-execute, you're so dependent on your spells right now, the Orchid is gonna absolutely ruin you.
Let's see now, Rain, he did steal the Vendetta again. It was just given to him by the Nyx Assassin, and he's trying to find some heroes. Sentry gonna be placed. He actually comes out of the Vendetta pretty early on.
And Nicky Cool, against his own earlier decision-making, has switched back into our good old friend the Bloodstone.
I mean, sure, you got a Blink Dagger, you got a little bit of a kill going around the map, and now you're back to wanting to be super tanky. You also got the Vampire Fang, so that's probably the best neutral item that you could have hoped for. It's gonna be huge and a very hard guy to bring down if he gets the Sandstorm off. But if he's silenced before the Sandstorm, he's gone.
Exactly. That is the big deal here. You don't... I mean, you do get to decide if you get the Sandstorm off first or not, but... it makes your fights conditional. You will have a better chance at surviving through the Orchid with the Bloodstone up, though, of course.
I still think that One Move are playing this way too late. And okay, Troll is dead. That's a big one. That is a huge kill, actually. But still, there is gonna be a BKB on Enigma. There is gonna be a BKB on the Troll at some point. I just don't think that One Move can do so well in the later portions of the game.
No, they seem a little too happy to be passive here.
Ooh, let's see. Spear onto the Jakiro. They're trying to bring it down. Force Majeure still alive, stolen. Dual Breath, and Force Majeure will take out his own spell. That is a Epicenter. It just goes on for so long, and the Black Hole in, but instant silence from the Storm. They're going to be turning around. I think it was also stolen by the Rubik. No, he doesn't get it there. He didn't have his spells on cooldown. Either way, though, 4 heroes are going to be dead on the map, stealing the Spike Carapace. If he just waited for a second there, would have gotten an Impale as Nicky Cool gets the TP away. He's going to be the lone survivor after that engagement, but overall, a catastrophe for Namiga, and One Move finally ahead in this game.
Yeah, and the patience apparently paying off here in the end. The thing here is that the Black Hole is actually really hard, right? Because you need to make sure that you catch both, as long as you don't have the BKB, you need to make sure you catch both the Rubik as well as the Storm Spirit in it. And he waited very patiently for the Rubik, but the fact that Squadix was near. Oof.
And gives away the Burrow Strike. Last time when Rain had this, he didn't really do much with it. I think now it's going to be a different story, because One Move they want to fight.
Well, so Jess V wants to make sure
that he doesn't have it, but Storm, he does find the Enigma in the backlines, and now the chase will be on. Squadix, he still has that AD rune. Nice slowdown. Jess V, Spike Carapace, very bad usage. Force Majeure, nice ice path to stop the Storm, but Squadix doesn't care. He's just going to be continuing. Jess V is sticking out. Squadix dropping low, still has that Arcane rune. A couple more hits is going to get them the kill, and finally those galvanized stacks are going to be coming for Squadix as he now has 12. TP's back to the base. Sanjin Kaya finished. One Move are starting to ramp up the aggression.
Yeah, and I guess that if Namiga, you know, if we were saying One Move here and not making any moves, Namiga didn't do so either. Especially the fact that they didn't feel like they could bring down towers here. We didn't see much of a group up with the Enigma around the drums at all. Well, they still have the Troll. They are going to have a BKB on that Enigma. That is where they absolutely are going to be strong again, when they have the double BKB on those 2 cores here. But it does feel like they missed a window as well.
Force Majeure got the shard. Now they want the Sand King once again. He was the one hunting for the Weaver, but they might get him. Let's see, Gleipnir into a Shackle Shot. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Nikki Cool, this is pretty bad. There's the Shackle Shot. Focus Fire as well. He's gonna have the Gleipnir. He cannot move. There's the minus armor coming out from the Weaver as well. Nikki Cool had such a good laning stage. Kips, what happened? Why? Why is he dying over and over again?
I don't want to say that it's because he bought a Bloodstone, but...
But it's because he bought a Bloodstone, yeah. Pretty bad.
It definitely did slow him down a bunch. You could have had a Yule Scepter. That would have guaranteed given him the space to just play more freely, because you have time to get your cooldowns back if you Yule's there. You have time to survive an Orchid there and play more forward without the fear of that item as well.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Focus Fire is just always going to kill you.
It is. There's nothing you can do about it. Storm Spirit is smoked up. All 3 of the cores of 1 move are smoked up, plus the Rubik Weaver is the only one not a part of this. And they're gonna find the Nyx Assassin. From what it seems, he should be the first one to fall. Good position to break the smoke, so that they know about it. Only a sentry being placed on the other side. Rubik found. Arena gonna be using just V. Nice Spike Carapace. Jakiro already dead, and the Nyx will follow. There's the Stolen Impale. Of course, already used. Troll decides not to TP in. Nice Stinger usage, and there's gonna be a black hole onto the fourth, but he's got kills now. He's now trying to use the epicenter. Not gonna be happening, and his Bloodstone does absolutely nothing. Who? How? How did they cancel that black hole? What happened? Was it the Rubik?
I don't know. I thought they were all in there.
Yeah, they were all in. Did Mixa screw up?
Is that what happened here? Did he? Because that is the only thing that I could see. Yeah, please.
Okay, so now let's focus. This was all we all saw this quite nicely. Stolen Impale by the Rubik. And what was it? It's out the Wind Ranger. It seems wasn't it? No, they were all in. What the hell?
No.
What's done?
Wait.
Nikki Cool
I
was
think Nikki Cool was lifted.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh man. What a bummer.
Dude.
Dr. Bummer. Well, he's not the Rubik, but
I cannot believe that. That's so weird. Limbercape does save just V. Stolen Dual Breath, and not really gonna get a chance to use it much. He's gonna use it now and die. It's gonna be 2 heroes dead on 1 move, both of them being supports. No! Troll finds the Sword Spirit. Caught in the net, gets the kill, straight into the pit.
Troll finally involved. I mean, that's the other thing that I feel I should have brought up more, but I was on and on in the previous game about how cores need to join early on in these games. Safe lane carries are expected to contribute. Low skill hasn't really been in this game up until this point, and having him finally online will see Namiga's game change a lot. Because can you really afford to just focus fire a Sand King when there's a Troll Warlord in your game, for example?
But the thing is, can you afford to focus fire a Troll when there's a Sand King in your game? That's also a big question, so it's not going to be easy. And the Troll now, he does have the Aghanim Scepter queued up. Some BKBs are coming out, one on the Enigma, one on the Mars. Next time that kind of a black hole comes out, it's going to be Namiga cleaning up.
Yep. It was beautiful.
BKB used. Nikki Cool. They're gonna miss the spear on him, and this is why you don't pick a Mars versus him. Tried to TP away instantly the net from the Troll. Lift up, trying to get him away. They did lose the Nyx Assassin and the Sand King as well. Spear into the Troll. Whoa, he just doesn't care. I mean, Troll is not a problem from Force Majeure. He's gonna give the Ice Path to the Rubik, and now Troll, he needs to run. He needs to run out fast. He does have a BKB TP out, but you don't necessarily want to use it. He's gonna have to if he wants to live, and he does get himself away. But it's a disaster, another disaster for Namiga in a situation where they should have been stronger.
It should have been, but One Move is so good at peeling these supports from behind their cores, working around that Troll Warlord in the middle of that fight there as well. Every single time that Namiga gears up for a fight, at some point their supports are gonna die and their cores are left in the lurch.
There's still 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis, so bringing down a tier 2 or maybe just all of the tier 1s would be a nice start for Namiga. It's still a possibility, but overall they definitely want that bottom tower down. They warded everything on the bottom lane, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to use those wards effectively throughout the duration of this Aegis.
Yeah, which is also a little wild to me. I think that you would much rather take out the tier 1 towers right now. They're, well, don't want to say necessarily harder to defend, but certainly they're going to die a lot faster if you start laying into them.
Okay, so the Enigma has a BKB black hole, and one move are smoked up. They need to find the back lines. Very nice positioning from Namiga, though. Whoa, he wants to make that positioning. Not that great. Mixa has been found. He now cannot blink because of the Weaver. They already killed the Sand King, and the Enigma will follow. He gets the BKB off, uses the black hole, no steal, but it doesn't matter. Weaver is super fast. The troll cannot get on top of it. Force Majeure is already dead. Low skill. He's trying to fight. He doesn't have his BKB. Will have so in a second, so he needs the BKB TP. The question is, do you get out of so many heroes? With the buyback of the Sand King, maybe it's best to just get away. Lift up Shackle Shot as well. He's taking so much damage. They have the spear as well. Now even the BKB TP out is no longer an option. He's gonna stand his ground and fight. And now the epicenter onto Whoa, who has the BKB, still in such a long fight. Low skill does lifesteal back up with the Vampire Fangs. Quite a lot. Jesse, he did buy back earlier, and now he's gonna be going down. You only have 2 heroes left. Nikki Cool, he already died once in this fight. He gets lifted up. Rain, he does have Sandstorm of his own, and it is gonna be a Glacier connecting as well as the Shack Shot. Goodbye, Burrow Strike as well. Rain is gonna be playing the Sand King better than the enemy mid laner will.
And I've been asking the question, like, do you really want to focus fire the Sand King when there's a troll in the game? But the answer is absolutely, because WoW just takes down that Sand King every single time, and then they're kiting out the troll. A lot harder to kite out the Sand King. That's the decision making right there.
Did you see their movement, how good it was to come from the side? And then Weaver is just sitting on the Enigma, not allowing him to play Dota? That's so sick.
It's fantastic. Amiga getting peeled apart right now. And this is exactly what I was talking about when you rely on a single physical damage source like a Troll Warlord in a game, especially versus a team like this. They're going to find ways to work around you. And I gotta say, I'm surprised at the quality with which one move does it as well.
Troll does have the Aghanim Scepter. He's level 21. He went for the Battle Transduration in terms of his talents. 8-second BKB, Paladin Sword. Still very strong. I mean, it's not impossible for him to win the game, but it's so much less so after the past couple of fights.
Absolutely. And the fact that we just haven't seen a single good black hole from this Enigma yet is what really smarts as well. He's had several opportunities, and whether through misfortune or through really good play from one move, we just haven't seen the impact at all.
I mean, you cannot do it. Rain is gonna cancel your black hole when he's in it. He's just that good, so it's impossible for Mixa. He should just give up.
What a player. And he's got the Burrow Strike again.
Yep. It's so much more impactful now. This Rubik, I would like for him to get the Blink though, rather than go for a Force Staff. I feel like Blink is just so good in this game. He hasn't even been trying to steal the black holes from what it seems.
No, and I agree. Normally the Blink is absolutely powerful and you're going to get your choice of spells, but when the game plan is kite the troll, you gotta go for the Force Staffs.
Does look better. Nice break of the smoke. However, Dr. Bomb, Spike Airbase a little bit too late. Doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to bring him down. 54 seconds on the sidelines. No buyback. Thinking about re-engaging. Triple S has the arena. Decides against it. The Enigma still smoked up. It's very dangerous to engage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Amiga definitely want the vision advantage in these fights that they're taking.
Look at how they're waiting on the high ground. This can be very dangerous. Whoa, it's coming forward. They want to kill the troll. They're going to be using the arena. They cannot see inside what's happening there. And now they're going to know. The thing that happened is that your troll went down with the 4 of you just looking, or at least closing your eyes to it. It is going to be a dead Jakiro. No Glimmer Cape at the moment. Already used his mech. And Amiga once again. Why didn't they just BKB Enigma blink into that arena? You had to do it. Yule's on the Nyx, no Spike Airbase for him, and death will be coming very swiftly for him as well. He's gonna be the 3rd hero to fall.
Enigma had like half a second to make that decision, and well, he didn't. That's all she wrote. I don't think I've seen a Troll Warlord vanish that quickly in quite a while.
Up, and he even has an SNY. So the thing is, they didn't even waste anything. They just used all of their spells instantly on him. A Satanic on a Wind Ranger? Not something we see often. Not gonna lie, I'm very surprised by this item.
Absolutely not, but perhaps intended as a safeguard versus a troll go, or as an item to enable this sieging capability with. That is the other thing we do know from our gyrocopters and our troll warlords as well, that the Satanic is what you buy when you want to go high ground, and you're going to be tanking a lot more damage because you're out in front of your team.
That's very weird. I mean, Aghanim Scepter would usually be the item people would go for. I guess your Windrun does get dispelled, but you're approaching level 25 territory. So I don't know. I wasn't expecting this. Versus a Malefice and Jakiro in general, it's not bad.
No, the Dispel definitely does some work for you with the Jakiro on the field as well. Bit of one, bit of the other. I think it suits this game though. And you're gonna be able to go into the Aghanims later on anyway, when you actually are at that level 25.
Oh, Jesvi gonna be caught. There will be a spear. He doesn't even get the spike carapace off. That's how perfectly Mars did everything, having that gem. Now it really does change the game quite a lot, because to get a good fight, if you're Namiga, you need vision, and you're not gonna be getting any.
No, you're not. And Mars is getting very close to the Wind Waker right now, which is where the Enigma Black Hole once again becomes a lot less potent.
No skill loses his courier. Luckily, it was an empty courier. Things are looking grim here, Kips. It does look like they're going to be going for axes. There is a glyph to use, so you can do it to buy yourself 7 seconds, but already 2 of your supports are gone, and Roche is going to be up in 17. They don't even need the focus fire for this.
Nope.
Namiga didn't use the glyph. To me, it looks like they're giving up. Not gonna lie, that's one of those situations that shows the lack of focus.
It really does, doesn't it? And I feel like especially the supports are getting they're having such a rough time here. Feels like there's absolutely nothing you can do as a Nyx assassin or as a Jakiro in this game that's going to do anything for you.
Parasma on the Storm. He has a 9-second BKB, but this Storm is putting himself in harm's way. Okay, finally we'll zip out. Is he zipping out enough? Jesvi is under enemy vision. Needs to be very careful about what he does. Yeah, he's gone.
He does, but he also needs to move forward, yeah.
Goodbye. That's gonna be Roche. That was definitely worth it. A 9-second BKB charge. Storm knew that there was gonna be more heroes in the vicinity, but if you kill the Nyx in a 4 versus 5 scenario, you're winning 100%.
Absolutely. And once again, there's no counterplay except for dropping a black hole on your head.
Yep, and I don't think Namiga have the confidence to do it, right? Mixa nor anybody else. You could see that they're not using the glyph. Maybe they're even afraid of reaction from one of their teammates, because I just don't... Sometimes this team doesn't look as good as you would expect them to be. And I think they're showing some problems. I don't know what it is, but I would hope they fix them
soon. Definitely. I mean, one of the things when your enemy is threatening to go high ground, right, they're taking an Aegis, etc., is that you feel like you get only one more black hole. That's it. This one needs to turn the game. That's the feeling that you get. And it can make you very hesitant of using it until like the picture perfect moment, which might never come.
And no, he just bought a BKB. He cannot die. Okay, he's gonna be fine. Namiga are smoking up. They're gonna come to help. But they're approaching this slowly, and Jakiro coming with his face forward. Usually would like to protect him as triple S. BKB up, low skill, pops to the BKB off his zone.
Oh, immediately.
That's a problem for a troll, more so than it is for a Mars.
Close coming.
Gonna go for him, Squaddies gets the silence, and the troll is dead. Yeah, now you don't have damage, 90 seconds of the silence. Even if you get a 5-man black hole, I don't know if it's gonna be changing much, and whoa! He does force him to blink away. They will bring down the Storm. He's not the one with the Aegis. Nikki Cole pops the BKB. He's actually doing quite a lot of damage. Mixa coming forward. He can blink forward. He is going to be using the Malefice only onto the Reaver. Dr. Bomb has a BKB of his own and runs into the black hole. I don't think he intended to do that. However, a stolen black hole, and this is a much better one. And we've seen instantly going to be cancelled out, luckily. But Rain, he's going to be using a huge one. Steal the Dual Breath. Buyback from the Enigma is really not that much of a threat as Nikki Cool. Now, he needs to stand his ground inside of the Sandstorm. He's really, really strong. Dr. Bum, no BKB, no time lapse, no life. Buyback from two heroes of Namiga is going to be pushing one move away. But one thing still remains, and that's the Aegis.
Look at this Wind Ranger. We were talking about the level 25 Wind Run cannot be dispelled, right? Which you would expect for an Agnim's Troll, but we're always saying, nah, fam, he's not going to hit me. I want the focus fire, and I want to get kill after kill after kill.
I mean, with the Satanic,
for my survivability.
You're actually winning. Yep. Oh no, that's a dieback on Mixa. If he does go down and he's dead 100%, he's just gonna die. Woe does way too much damage. The DP in from the Sand King. You cannot really kill Woe on your own.
Mana.
Yeah, he can lose one of his lives. Healing Lotus coming into play. Woe is still gonna be fine. Gonna get stunned up. Thinking about turning it around. Yeah, you got spooked there for a second.
That's incredible. His entire team was dead.
Oh, really? He's gonna kill the Sand King? No. Dual Scepter really coming into play. They might even go for the chase. Nyx Assassin is coming forward, but the Storm is back up as well as the Mars. He finds the Shield Rune. Wind Ranger is going to be fine.
Woe is running this town right now.
Nikki Cool is dead. Stolen Sandstorm. At least he doesn't give the Burrow Strike away to the Rubik.
But he did give the gem.
They fought so hard to get that one. Is this just a straight up push now? There is a glyph on Amiga, so they can definitely delay it. There was an animation.
A minute.
Oh, okay, it's the Roche banner. It was an animation like somebody was TPing, but he actually just saved the super range creep. And now look at that range creep, just going straight for the tier 4, almost killing it. They go for low skill, pops his BKB, Squadix has the BKB, and zip away. But low skill without his ulti or BKB is really not an issue. Whoa, turns around with a Satanic and he's winning! They can't see inside of the arena what's going on. They don't even have the black hole, so they can't do anything. Troll is gone for 94 seconds. It is over. One move are gonna be the 4th team in the playoffs of the RES EU number 3. Namiga are helpless, and the only one left standing is Mixa, who doesn't have this black hole, doesn't have anything else to give. One move, what a performance. Both of the times I thought they had a worse draft, but they played out of their freaking minds, Gibbs.
Yeah, the shot calling just really looks so crisp, doesn't it? That moment where they're poised for the game, I think might also even just be a read. It's like, okay, fine, we're going to take our time here, but it doesn't matter because we're going to outscale Namiga. We have our game plan ready. And if they come at us now, I guess we'll react. But if they don't, then we're just getting our items up and then executing our plan. And it all looked so calm and collected, like they could see into the future. They already knew what had happened, and Namiga were only going to find out.
Yep. What was lacking, you know, other than, of course, the thing that you pointed out to Namiga only having one physical damage dealer? What was lacking in their gameplay? What they needed to do better to stay in this tournament? Something that they might need to fix if they would want to win maybe the Regional Dota 2 Series Europe number 4.
Well, definitely, if you feel like you're going to be in a rough spot after laning stage, whether that's true or not, like, they had a moment where they could have definitely shoved more towers and grouped up more, and maybe they're giving the Mars too much respect there. But if you have a troll that's ready to contribute, and maybe that's down to the Battle Fury build-up as well, then you can definitely siege the tier 1 tower, slow down the enemy gameplay, and get your Nyx some space to breathe. I did feel like Jess V was very much corralled to his side of the map instead of doing any offensive scouting work or picking anybody off. So I think a lot of the improvement in this game certainly can be found in making sure you take a couple of those towers away and getting more opportunities for yourself out of that.
Considering that we have the best production, of course, our bracket is going to be ready. Dandelions one move, Team T versus Night Pulse. Those are going to be the matchups for tomorrow. And of course, the day afterwards, the grand finals will be played. Kips coming into the tomorrow's day, the
Spicy.
The one before the last one. Do you have a favorite? It's four. I would say of the best teams. I don't think anybody got taken out.
So, real talk here. I think after how One Move performed just now, I think Dandelions are in for one of the hardest matches that they've had in the RES series so far. And I'm very, very hyped to see how that one goes down. And then, on the other hand as well, I have been a bit of a Night Pulse biased caster. I've loved the Kami offlane shenanigans with the Morphling. But Team T is a fresh, spicy new Soneko team, and he's got some real names and some real moves. Like, One Move did not, like, as good as they look, they did not actually win that group. That was Team T. So I wonder how Group B is going to fare tomorrow. It might just be a Group A final.
Yeah, might just be. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Overall, though, Team T, I watched them in another tournament, and they don't feel as crisp this week as they felt the previous one. But tomorrow is a completely different week, as it's going to be Monday, and that's when we will continue our action. Up until that time, Kips, thank you for joining me. And of course, for all you guys at home, we're going to be back tomorrow with the semifinals starting at 14 CEST. And then until then, have a good night, and bye-bye.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.